Chapter 42-33. After killing Ronggung, Lu Ming left the valley and headed in a certain direction. This time, Lu Ming was much more careful. He didn't fly in the air. Instead, he concealed his aura and moved along the ground. If he flew in the air, he would be easily discovered if he encountered any frenzied living beings. Of course, if he didn't want to encounter any of them, it was best to find a secluded place to stay. But that would only be safe for a short period of time. In the long run, it would become more dangerous. This was because Lu Ming wasn't completely immune to the inner flame. The inner flame couldn't affect his body, but it could affect his mind and spirit. In the long run, negative emotions would emerge in his heart, and he might even lose control. That would be a dead end. For example, that old man with disheveled hair who had lost control of himself. If he encountered someone with a weaker cultivation base, he would naturally chase after him. But if he encountered someone with a stronger cultivation base, that old man would be killed without the slightest suspense. Once he lost control, his life would no longer be in his own hands. Lu Ming didn't want to see that happen. Ronggung had said that there was a way to prevent the mind from going out of control. He had to find that way. Besides, if he stayed where he was, he couldn't leave. If he wanted to find a way out of the Heavenly Palace's prison, he had to explore. If he stayed where he was, he definitely couldn't find a way out. Although Ronggung had said that he couldn't leave the Heavenly Palace's prison, how would he know if he didn't try? Soon another dozen days passed. In these dozen days, Lu Ming encountered no less than 10 living beings. But because Lu Ming was careful, he avoided them from afar and didn't meet them. He discovered that not all of these creatures had lost control and gone mad. In fact, most of them had not lost control and gone mad, but their minds were somewhat abnormal, and their symptoms varied from mild to severe. Lu Ming didn't dare to approach them. He didn't know the details. And several times he saw living beings fighting each other. The living beings here were full of negative emotions. They could easily kill each other when they met. This also proved that the prison was really dangerous. This made Lu Ming even more careful. Another thing that made Lu Ming's heart heavy was that as time passed, he found that his heart was becoming more and more restless. He would often feel inexplicably unhappy and would want to kill someone to vent. Lu Ming knew that his mind was constantly being affected. Although it was still under control, that was because he had only been here for a short period of time. As time passed, the situation would definitely get worse. I have to find a way to defend against the Heart Flame Devil Fire. It's a pity that Bone Devil isn't here. Otherwise, I could ask him. Lu Ming thought to himself as he stuck close to the ground and continued flying. Another day later, boom. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard from up ahead. Divine light flickered about, indicating that there were people fighting a great battle. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he executed one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. The Great Concealment Technique. He hid behind a large rock and merged with the rock as he carefully observed the front. Up ahead, there were 2 living beings engaged in an intense battle. One of them was covered in purple golden scales. The other one had 2 spiraling horns on his head. The 2 of them were fighting intensely. Their energies were surging and the earth was shaking. 4th Great Supreme God Layer, whispered Lu Ming. The 2 of them were both at the 4th Great Supreme God Layer. They were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell who would win. However, Lu Ming observed carefully. He could see that the 2 of them weren't completely out of control. They were just mentally unstable. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming watched for a while and got ready to leave. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body stiffened and his pupils shrank. He was about to leave when he stopped, because a net had suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. An incomparably gigantic net that covered thousands of miles rushed out from the ground towards the 2 beings that were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 of them hadn't lost control. They were startled and hastily stopped fighting. Then, they flew in 2 different directions, trying to escape from the net. However, surprisingly, as they flew, the net became bigger and bigger. No matter how they flew, they couldn't get out of the net's range. In just a few breaths of time, the large net caught the 2 creatures. The large net shrunk, firmly locking the 2 creatures in place, making it difficult for them to move. After the 2 of them were caught, a middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the sky. He raised his hand and the net appeared in his hand. Hee hee, I caught 2 more. Not bad. The man in the red robe nodded. Then his figure flickered and he disappeared. Lu Ming didn't come out immediately. He waited for a while. When he didn't find anything strange, he released the great concealment technique and flew in a certain direction. However, Lu Ming hadn't flown far when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His hair stood on end. He sensed danger. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that a large net had appeared on the ground and was about to envelop him. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use the greater teleportation technique to leave. However, he was shocked when he used the greater teleportation technique. He found that the space was like a quagmire. It was extremely sticky and stuck to him, making it difficult for him to leave. This huge net had actually affected space. The greater teleportation technique didn't work. Greater Aurora technique. Lu Ming immediately changed to the greater Aurora technique. He turned into an aurora and rushed into the distance. However, when he reappeared, he found that he hadn't escaped the net. He was still in the net. Oh no, this net is not only a treasure. It has also combined with a formation. This area is enveloped in a large formation. Lu Ming soon found something fishy. This area had been set up with a formation. The combination of the large net and the formation was very mysterious. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape the range of the large net. Up. Lu Ming no longer moved horizontally. Instead, he used the greater Aurora technique and rushed directly into the sky. However, what Lu Ming didn't expect was that as soon as he rushed into the sky, a large net suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped him. In this way, Lu Ming was equivalent to throwing himself into the net. As soon as he rushed into the large net quickly shrank and entangled Lu Ming tightly like chains. Oh no, I'm in trouble. He found that he was completely locked and tightly entangled. No matter how much forbidden power he used, he couldn't break free. Preconceived notions killed people. Previously, when he saw the 2 creatures being captured, there was no large net in the sky. That was why he rushed into the sky with all his strength. He didn't expect there to be a large net in the sky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown himself into the net. Chapter 42-34. After Lu Ming was trapped in the net, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were wearing red clothes. One of them was a middle-aged man, the one Lu Ming had seen before. The other one was an old man. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ming's net. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer was imprisoned by the heavenly palace. How strange, whispered the old man in red clothes. His eyes were sometimes clear, and sometimes there was a trace of tyrannical aura flashing through them. He seemed very unstable. However, compared to the people Lu Ming had met previously, they were in a much better state. They were closer to normal. Indeed, it's strange. Anyway, let's bring him back and let the officer deal with him, said the man in red clothes. Then the 2 of them left and disappeared. Lu Ming was trapped in the big net and could not move at all. However, his eyeballs could still move, and he sized up the surrounding environment. The ground below continued to pass by. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. The terrain there was strange. There were 9 mountains in a circle. In the middle of those mountains, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a gigantic building. The building was made of stone and looked magnificent. It looked like a coliseum. The burly man in the red robe and the old man in the red robe led Lu Ming and the rest to a big hall in the building. They could see a burly man with a square face sitting at the top of the hall. This burly man was extremely tall and sturdy. Even though he was sitting there, he was still more than 3 meters tall. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was always a trace of tyrannical killing intent flashing through. His chi was extremely thick. Even though he didn't release his chi, it was still oppressive. A strong cultivator. When Lu Ming saw him, he had the feeling that he was extremely strong. He wasn't an ordinary great supreme god. He had the strength of the 4th or 5th great supreme god layer. Officer, we're back. The man in red clothes and the old man in red clothes bowed to the square-faced man. That's what you got. Surprisingly, there's a godly emperor layer cultivator here. The commander above frowned. Below them, the red-robed old man and the red-robed man's faces turned pale, and fear appeared on their faces. Commander, there are fewer and fewer people in this area recently. We've waited for 3 months and only caught these 3. The red-robed old man hurriedly replied. Please forgive us, Commander. As for the red-robed man, he pleaded for forgiveness in fear and trepidation. All right, you may leave. Lock them up and wait for my orders. The commander casually waved his hand. The red-robed old man and the red-robed man felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They bowed and retreated. Then they walked towards an underground staircase. Unexpectedly, the ground here had been emptied, and numerous secret chambers had been dug out. No, they were stone prisons. Lu Ming discovered that there were many people imprisoned in these stone prisons. Outside the stone prison, there were many people in red robes patrolling. I can't believe that there are people in the Heavenly Palace's celestial prison. What's their purpose for capturing us? Lu Ming pondered as he looked around. It was obvious that these people in red robes belonged to a certain force. The people in the stone prison were all captured by them. However, he did not know why they had captured them. Soon, the red-robed old man carried Lu Ming to a stone prison. Then, with a wave of his hand, the net slowly loosened. The moment the net was loosened, 2 talismans appeared in the red-robed old man's hand. With a wave of his hand, the 2 talismans were stuck on Lu Ming's body. When the 2 talismans were stuck on Lu Ming's body, they turned into runes. Like small snakes, they crawled all over Lu Ming's body and even entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt his body being locked up. Lu Ming knew that the 2 talismans had formed a restriction that could trap him. It seemed that the other people in the stone prison were also trapped by the same restriction. When he saw that Lu Ming was trapped by the restriction, the red-robed old man waved his hand and completely retracted the net. Kid, stay here and don't run around. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. With your strength, anyone here can kill you. The red-robed old man said coldly before turning around and leaving the stone prison. With a bang, the door of the stone prison was closed. Lu Ming casually sized up the stone prison. Soon, his gaze locked onto a corner of the stone prison. Because there was a mummy there. It was really a mummy. Furthermore, the mummy was chained up. The other end of the chain was embedded in the wall of the stone prison. There was no sign of life on the mummy. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely be scared. However, Lu Ming had experienced all kinds of situations. He only glanced at it indifferently and sat down in another corner of the stone prison. Can the power of the restriction trap me? There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes as he circulated the taboo power. Immediately, he could feel that the restriction power formed by the runes on his body had loosened. Lu Ming felt that as long as he was willing, he could erase the restriction power at any time. However, Lu Ming recalled his forbidden strength and didn't do that. Outside the stone prison, there were many red-robed people patrolling. These red-robed men, unsurprisingly, were all god emperors. Some of their chi was extremely dense. They probably had the strength of the 4th great supreme god layer or above. Even if Lu Ming managed to break free from the restriction seal, he wouldn't be able to defeat them and would be killed. Anyway, there wasn't any danger for the time being. Lu Ming decided to wait and see what would happen. Lu Ming decided that if he encountered any danger, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and risk his life. But after that, it was very peaceful. Lu Ming waited in the stone prison for 7 days, but nothing happened. Nobody came to look for him. What Lu Ming did not know was that at this moment, there was a life and death battle going on above his head. Above the stone prison, there was a gigantic battle stage surrounded by a gigantic deployment spell. Outside the battle stage, there were some red-robed people standing in all directions. On the north side, there was a tall and sturdy person sitting on a chair. It was the officer. At that moment, on the battle stage, there were 2 silhouettes fighting intensely. Kill, kill, kill to your heart's content. Remember, only one of you can live. If you can't kill one of you, I will kill both of you. Ha ha ha. That pupil laughed loudly, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. It was as if he had just seen something extremely exciting. Die. Die. On the battle stage, the 2 silhouettes were fighting even more intensely. They understood that if they wanted to live, they had to kill each other. Only by killing each other could they live. Otherwise, they would have to stay there forever. Both of them had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. After 100 attacks, one of them finally gained the upper hand and cut off the other's arm. Chapter 42:35. One of them had his arm cut off. Blood splashed everywhere, and he howled in agony. Good, ha. The officer was even more excited when he saw that. He clapped his hands and laughed. Ferocious looks appeared in the eyes of the surrounding red-robed men. Die. The person who had the upper hand followed up his victory and attacked crazily. After more than 10 moves, he chopped off his opponent's head with a single slash. All right, the commander shouted as the excitement in his eyes reached its peak. Take him away and bring someone else up, ordered the officer. Someone immediately went up and took the one who had won away. After a short time, 2 more people were brought up. The 2 people who had been brought up had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer. My rules are simple. You can fight as much as you want. Only one of you can live. If I find out that you didn't use your full strength, I'll kill you myself. Now let's start, said the officer coldly. As soon as the commander finished speaking, one of the creatures made his move. He turned into a 3-headed lion and pounced toward his opponent. Caw. A sharp cry rang out as his opponent transformed into a huge white eagle. It spread its wings and flew up. With a flap of its wings, its feathers pierced towards the 3 lions like divine swords. The 2 cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer were fighting intensely. They were equally strong, so the battle was intense. After a few hundred attacks, both of them were injured and covered in wounds. But they didn't care about their injuries. They continued attacking like crazy, using their full strength to kill their opponent. Only by killing their opponent could they save their own lives. The more the officer saw that, the more excited he was. In the end, the 2 cultivators won. The lion had paid a terrible price. 2 of his heads had been cut off. Finally, he killed the gigantic white eagle. Phew. Seeing this, the commander let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if some sort of emotion in his heart had been vented. His eyes became a little clearer. Soon, the 3-headed lion was brought away. By the way, last time, didn't you capture a little boy of the 9th Godly Emperor Layer? The Heavenly Palace put a little boy of the 9th Godly Emperor Layer in prison. Interesting. That little boy is probably extraordinary. Bring him out, I want to see how strong he is, said the officer. Officer, what kind of opponent should we give him? The people we captured were all great supreme gods. None of them had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor Layer. The old man in red clothes who had captured Lu Ming last time bowed hand over fist. All right. Give him a cultivator of the 1st Great Supreme God Layer. Remember, a weak one. Otherwise that little boy, said the officer. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will make the arrangements right away. The red-robed old man accepted the order and headed down to the stone dungeon. Calm. The red-robed old man walked in and said, Finally. Thought Lu Ming. They had captured him for a reason. Finally, it was about to start. Lu Ming's spiritual awareness was connected to the purple copper coffin in his consciousness. If something went wrong, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and risk his life. Lu Ming didn't say much. He followed the old man out of the prison. They passed through a passage and came out of a stone door. Lu Ming realized he was on a battle stage. In front of him, a silhouette came out of a stone door. That silhouette was a tall and sturdy man with 2 blades on his back. He was looking at Lu Ming ferociously. A battle stage? Do they want us to kill each other while they watch from the outside? Lu Ming glanced around. When he saw what was going on, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After the old man in the red robe brought Lu Ming there, he flew away from the battle stage and landed next to the commander. Let me tell you what to do. You 2 kill each other. Kill each other as much as you want. Only when you kill each other can the winner live. If you don't try your best, I will attack and kill both of you. Do you understand? Now let's start, said the commander coldly. Die. As soon as the commander finished his words, the burly man with 2 sabers on his back roared and pulled out his sabers. He took a few steps forward and pounced on Lu Ming at lightning speed. He hadn't even arrived yet, but the 2 blades were already moving towards Lu Ming's head. Only the 1st Great Supreme God Layer. He's not at his peak. It seems like he's injured. Once the other party struck, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He had already sensed his opponent's cultivation level. He was an ordinary cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. He was injured and not at his peak. Lu Ming didn't care about a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. With a thought, the taboo power circulated and Lu Ming threw a punch. The man in the red robe had already removed the forbidden energy on his body when he had walked out of the passage. Therefore, Lu Ming wasn't restricted by the forbidden energy. Lu Ming had already cast the Great Destruction skill with this punch. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's saber, and there were two loud bangs. Following which, a figure retreated rapidly. It was the tall and sturdy man with two blades on his back. At that moment, his blades had already flown away. His arms had already exploded. The terrifying energy of the Great Destruction art had destroyed them. He coughed up blood and was pushed back. Swoosh! Lu Ming had already caught up with him. He casually grabbed the two sabers that the other party had let go of and slashed them out. Slash! Blood splashed everywhere. A head flew up. The tall and sturdy man of the first great supreme god layer had been killed. This scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Especially the commander. He had been prepared to watch a fierce battle. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would win. Moreover, he had won so quickly. He had thought that Lu Ming was a godly emperor. Since he had been imprisoned by the heavenly palace, he must be extraordinary. He might be able to fight against a great supreme god. However, great supreme gods were much stronger than godly emperors. In order to have an exciting battle, he had sent a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, who hadn't recovered yet. However, the result was beyond his expectations. He's so strong. No wonder he was imprisoned by the heavenly palace even though he's only a godly emperor. Go and bring out an uninjured cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, ordered the commander. He didn't like to watch one-sided battles. It wasn't exciting. He liked to watch battles between people of similar strength. That kind of battle was bloody and cruel. He liked to watch people fight to the death. He liked that kind of feeling. Chapter 42-36. The battle stage was quickly cleaned up, and the corpse of the middle-aged man with the double sabers was also cleaned up. Then, another silhouette appeared on the fighting stage. It was a tall and sturdy man. He looked ferocious and crazy as he stared at Lu Ming. First great supreme god layer. He has the strength of the first great supreme god layer. The man didn't hide his chi at all. Lu Ming could easily see his cultivation level. The man's chi was extremely thick. He was obviously in his peak condition. He wasn't injured at all. The rules are the same. You two fight with your full strength. Only the winner can live. Let's start. The commander's voice rang out with a strong sense of anticipation. Roar. As soon as the officer finished talking, the tall and sturdy man roared furiously. His body quickly became bigger and bigger, turning into a black bear. The black bear was more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a small mountain as it charged towards Lu Ming. Its paw was bigger than a door as it slapped towards Lu Ming. Even though it looked like a simple slap, it was terrifyingly powerful. It was as thick as a mountain. In the chaotic universe, even a planet would be destroyed by it. The strong wind was already cutting Lu Ming's skin. However, no matter how strong his opponent was, he was only an ordinary cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. As long as he could fight against someone who was 4 levels higher, he could compete against him. Lu Ming could fight against someone who was 9 levels higher. However, Lu Ming was thinking about something else. The officer of this place obviously liked to watch people fight against each other. He liked to watch people fight against each other. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't use his full strength. The stronger he appeared, the stronger the other party would send to fight him. If that continued, sooner or later, they would send someone who was stronger than Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming would be in danger. As he pondered, he struck out with his fist and collided with the bear's paw. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The black bear's body shook violently. It staggered back a dozen steps. Lu Ming also took 2 steps back. Of course, these 2 steps were done intentionally by Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could the other party defeat Lu Ming with his strength? Even so, the commander and the others were still amazed. Incredible! He's really strong. He's only a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer, and he's suppressing a cultivator of the 1st great supreme god layer. He's even stronger than the candidates of the universe young geniuses list. The commander sighed in admiration. This battle will definitely be a fierce battle. It will be very exciting. Commander, please enjoy it. On the side, the red-robed elder took the opportunity to flatter him. I hope so, the commander said. Roar. On the battle stage, the black bear was pushed back and went completely mad. It roared crazily and bared its fangs as it pounced toward Lu Ming. A pair of bear paws slammed down consecutively, as if wanting to smash Lu Ming into minced meat. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He threw out continuous punches with both fists and fought with the black bear. Of course, he didn't use his full strength. He was only slightly stronger than the black bear. After a dozen attacks, the black bear was pushed back violently. Its paws were rotting and its bones were broken. Then Lu Ming jumped up and punched the black bear's head. The black bear screamed and its head exploded. It died on the spot. He was killed so quickly. The commander was surprised. He wasn't satisfied. The red-robed elder pulled a long face and said, Commander, I think this little boy is a top genius of the primitive universe. He's only a godly emperor layer, so he can fight against cultivators who are 5 levels higher than him. Why don't we send a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer to test him? 2nd great supreme god layer? I'm afraid he's too strong. Send a weaker cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. The commander nodded. I'll do it right away. The red-robed elder hastily left. After the battle platform was cleaned up, another creature appeared on the platform. It was a member of the multi-eyed clan, with 6 eyes on his face. He had 3 eyes on each side of his face. These 6 eyes actually had 3 different colors. 1 pair was red, 1 pair was blue, and 1 pair was golden. 6 pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming simultaneously, revealing brutal murderous intents. 2nd Great Supreme God Layer. As expected, the stronger I am, the stronger they'll send. This time, I have to suppress my strength as much as possible. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was even more certain of his speculation. The commander liked to watch evenly matched battles. A moment before, Lu Ming had been too strong. He had won too easily. If the enemy wasn't happy, they would send stronger cultivators. If he continued to suppress his opponent, the enemy might send a cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer to fight against him. Then he would be in danger. After all, it was a battle to the death. Let's start. The commander gave a simple explanation of the rules as usual. Swoosh. This time, Lu Ming took the initiative to attack. He clenched his fist in the air and a demonic sword condensed, slashing toward the 6-eyed middle-aged man. Die. The 6-eyed middle-aged man reacted very quickly. With a shout, his pair of crimson eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance. 2 crimson divine lights burst forth and shot toward Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing. They were like 2 swords, aiming at Lu Ming's head. Before they even reached him, a scorching hot chi filled the air. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. There was a look of horror in his eyes. He let out a long howl and changed the trajectory of the demonic sword in his hands. He slashed twice consecutively. Dang! Dang! The demonic sword collided with the 2 crimson divine lights, erupting with a violent roar. It was as if 2 divine weapons had collided. Then Lu Ming's figure retreated, continuously retreating more than 10 steps on the fighting ring. 2 holes appeared on the body of the demonic sword in his hand. It had been melted by the scarlet divine light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's intention. Otherwise, although the other party's crimson divine light was powerful, he would not be able to break his great demonic swordsmanship. However, others didn't know that. When they saw this scene, they thought that Lu Ming was finally at his limit. Commander, this kid has finally reached his limit. This battle should be worth watching. The red-robed elder said. The commander nodded. His eyes were still fixed on the battle stage. Die. The 6-eyed middle-aged man bellowed. His crimson eyes shone even brighter. Beams of crimson divine light shot toward Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming shouted. He pressed his hands in the air. More than 10 demon swords appeared in the air and slashed towards his opponent. The sky was filled with sword light. They collided with the opponent's divine light. For a moment, Lu Ming had the upper hand. This seems to be an ancient secret skill. Interesting. The commander muttered. He seemed to have good eyesight and recognized the great demon sword art. Soon, the two sides exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming had a slight upper hand. Chapter 42-37. Lu Ming had the upper hand because he knew that the middle-aged man hadn't used his full strength yet. His opponent had 6 eyes and he was only using 2. As expected, the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage. He roared furiously and his 6 eyes shone with dazzling light. 2 of his blue eyes shone with divine light. They were extremely cold, as if they could freeze everything. 2 beams of golden sword light shot out from the golden eyes. They were incomparably sharp and indestructible. When the 6 eyes attacked at the same time, their power increased greatly. For a moment, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming pretended that the battle was very difficult. He kept fighting with his opponent, as if he was using his full strength. In the end, they exchanged more than 100 moves. Lu Ming pretended to be weak and his opponent's divine light pierced through his body. However, Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to quickly get closer to the middle-aged man. He condensed dozens of great demon sword skills and slashed them wildly. In the end, he killed the middle-aged man. Then Lu Ming staggered back and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Blood kept flowing out of the holes in his body. He looked like he had been seriously injured. Lu Ming deliberately restrained his forbidden strength to prevent his wounds from healing. Otherwise, with his physique, he would be able to recover from this injury very quickly. Not bad, wonderful," shouted the commander. He looked very satisfied. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer had killed a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. He had never seen such a thing before. Of course, he was very satisfied. The red-robed old man also smiled. After all, he was the one who had brought Lu Ming back. "Commander, should we send more people to fight with him?" asked the red-robed old man in a low voice. "No, he's already injured. Take him back to heal. We'll see next time. That's all for today," said the commander. Then he stood up and left. The old man in the red robe stepped onto the battle stage. "Boy, come back with me," said the red-robed old man. He took out 2 talismans and put them on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming looked around. He didn't dodge, nor did he take the opportunity to rush out. There were many red-robed people nearby, and many of them were very strong. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least 20 people who could kill him. Not to mention the unfathomable commander. He could probably suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming had thought of taking out the purple copper coffin and risking his life. However, there were too many uncertainties with the purple copper coffin. Firstly, opening the purple copper coffin would put him in danger. Secondly, the purple copper coffin was sometimes ineffective. For some of the ordinary races in the universe, it didn't seem to work. So unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming would not use the coffin. If he lost control, or if it didn't work, he would be in trouble. In any case, his life was not in danger now, so he was not in a hurry to risk his life. He would wait for the right time to make a decision. With a bang, the door of the stone cell closed. The red-robed old man left. After the red-robed old man left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a corner of the stone cell. He circulated his forbidden power. The wounds on his body healed at an amazing speed. In a few moments, the wounds were completely healed. "Amazing, amazing! I knew that you're not simple, little fellow." Just then, a figure's voice sounded. This figure appeared to be very old, and seemed to be rather weak. But Lu Ming was shocked. The voice came from the stone cell. However, there was no one else in the stone cell except for him. Who was the voice? No, there was another mummy in the stone cell. Lu Ming had a flash of inspiration, and looked at the mummy. The mummy was still the same mummy. It was chained there and had no aura. But Lu Ming didn't dare to relax. He still stared at it and said, "Are you the one who spoke? Is there a third person in this stone cell other than you and me?" That voice sounded again. This time, Lu Ming accurately captured that the voice was indeed from the mummy. The mummy was alive. Just then, the mummy, that had no aura, suddenly emitted a trace of life. Although it wasn't strong, it was indeed the aura of life. This was indeed not a mummy, but a living creature. The next moment, the mummy opened its eyes and stared straight at Lu Ming, revealing a look of anticipation. "Senior, you're not dead. Why have you been pretending to be dead?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "My aura was too weak. I had to restrain my life force. Otherwise, I would have died," the mummy said. Lu Ming looked carefully. This mummy was actually an old man with a head full of white hair. "Oh." Lu Ming replied with a soft "oh," but didn't comment. "Little guy, your power is very special and very strong. Based on my observation, the power of the seal can't control you. If you want to break free, you can break free of the seal at any time, right?" the old man said. "You were also captured by these red-robed men?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course. It's not hard to tell," the old man said. "Who are these red-robed men?" Lu Ming asked again. "They are all people imprisoned here by the Heavenly Palace. They were gathered by Commander Tungsten to form a force. You've been in this prison for a while, right? I'm sure you're aware that this prison is extremely dangerous. It's filled with Heartflame Devil Fire. If you stay in the Heartflame Devil Fire for a long time, you won't be able to escape. Not only will the body be tortured, but the mind and spirit will be even more terrifying. As time goes by, the negative emotions in one's heart will erupt. Then the inner demon will erupt, causing one to fall into madness. Therefore, the prison in this world is very dangerous. You will encounter people with negative emotions. The negative emotions in one's heart will be infinitely magnified. Some people are bloodthirsty, some are lustful, and so on. Therefore, those with weak cultivation will need to seek the protection of experts. Those red-robed men need the protection of Commander Tungsten, and Commander Tungsten needs these people to go around and capture people for him." The old man rambled on and on. "Capture people for him to kill each other?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes. When a person's heart is filled with negative emotions, they need to vent. For example, those who are bloodthirsty and those who drink blood will suppress their negative emotions and become more stable. As long as a person kills, their negative emotions will be suppressed. However, Commander Tungsten is different. He likes to watch others fight to the death. He likes to watch people fight to the death. When he watches such fights, his negative emotions will be stabilized. Otherwise, he would have gone completely crazy long ago." The old man continued to explain. Chapter 4238. Lu Ming nodded after hearing the old man's explanation. This was pretty much what he had guessed. That commander was indeed venting by watching others fight to the death. "Kid, I've answered your question. Now let's get back to the main topic. Your power is very special and very powerful. It can erase the power of restrictions. Do you see that I'm chained up by these chains? These chains also contain the power of restrictions. How about you help me break them?" The old man said. "Oh, that's your goal, right? But what good will it do me if I help you break them? If those red-robed men know about this, I'm afraid I'll end up in a miserable state." Lu Ming said. "Of course there will be benefits. You're also affected by the Heartflame demonic fire in the Sky Prison. No one can be spared, but I have a way to resist the Heartflame demonic fire so that your mind and spirit won't be affected," the old man said. These words made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. His eyes shone brightly. "You really have a way to prevent my mind and spirit from being affected by the Heartflame demonic fire?" Lu Ming asked urgently. The Heartflame demonic fire was indeed a great threat to Lu Ming. Although he had the forbidden power, it could only prevent his physical body from being affected. His mind and spirit would still be affected. The forbidden power couldn't completely eliminate it. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. The longer it lasted, the more dangerous it would be. The longer it lasted, the stronger the negative emotions in his heart. In the end, it wasn't impossible for him to completely fall into madness. If he wanted to leave the Sky Prison alive, this problem had to be solved. And now the old man said that he had a way to solve it. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. However, Lu Ming's mind wasn't ordinary. He quickly controlled his emotions and calmed himself down. "Kid, as long as you help me break the restrictions, I'll teach you the way to resist the Heartflame demonic fire," the old man said. "How do I know if you're telling the truth?" Lu Ming was skeptical. He didn't believe that he could find a way to resist the heart flame demonic fire so easily. If it was so easy, what was the point of the sky prison? Let me tell you, everything I said is true. Otherwise, why do you think Commander Tungsten locked me up here? He wants to know how to resist the heart flame devil fire from me, but I won't tell him. Does he think I don't know? As long as I tell him the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, he will kill me without hesitation, the old man said. Lu Ming nodded. What the old man said made sense. If he really handed over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, then the old man would lose his usefulness to Commander Tungsten. Naturally, Commander Tungsten would not keep him alive. They have tortured me for a long time, but as long as I don't say anything, they won't kill me. One day, I will escape. I will definitely get my revenge. The old man roared. Even if I help you break the seal, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. There are many experts here, Lu Ming said. However, before Lu Ming could finish speaking, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Lu Ming immediately stopped talking. They're here. They're here for me, the old man said. Sure enough, after a while, with a clang, the door of the stone prison opened, and a group of people walked in. The one leading was Commander Tungsten. There were also a few other red-robed men. Commander Tungsten walked into the stone prison and glanced at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed, he was surprised. However, he did not say anything and continued to walk toward the old man. Old man, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Commander Tungsten said coldly. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, then do it. It's impossible for me to hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. The old man laughed loudly and looked as if he could kill him at any time. You are courting death, Commander Tungsten roared angrily. His eyes were filled with flames of anger and ferocious killing intent. Every time he faced the old man, his negative emotions would explode. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, he would have turned the old man into ashes. Let me tell you, if you don't hand it over, you'll suffer endless torture. If you hand it over, you'll suffer less torture, Commander Tungsten said coldly. If you want to do it, then do it. Don't talk nonsense. I'll say it again. It's impossible for me to hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. The old man sneered and his attitude was unyielding. You're courting death. Men, do it and torture him well, Commander Tungsten roared. Immediately, a few red-robed men took out a few talismans and pasted them on the old man's body. These talismans turned into runes that crawled all over the old man's body. At the same time, the chains on the old man's body trembled and emitted a dazzling glow. Runes appeared on the chains and crawled into the old man's body along the chains. Roar! The old man's body suddenly trembled, and he let out a beast-like roar. The veins on his face bulged and his eyes bulged as if he was suffering endless pain. As time passed, his body trembled more and more violently. In the end, the roars became more and more frequent. It was obvious that the talismans and chains were working together to inflict great torture on the old man. However, the old man didn't beg for mercy or give in. This went on for half an hour. The old man's aura was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the old man would die. Damned old man, damned old man. Commander Tungsten was also extremely irritable. He kept roaring and the madness in his eyes intensified. He really wanted to ignore the old man and let him be tortured to death. However, his remaining rationality told him that he couldn't. The old man was his only hope. If he couldn't obtain the method to resist the heart flame devil fire from the old man, he would sooner or later fall into madness and become a walking corpse. In the end, his rationality prevailed. Stop! Commander Tungsten roared. A few red-robed men formed seals, and a few talismans flew out from the old man's body. As soon as the talisman seals flew out, the runes on the chains dimmed and disappeared. Hoo hoo hoo! The old man kept panting and his face was covered in cold sweat. Old man, you better think carefully. Next time, I'll make you suffer even more, Commander Tungsten said coldly and left with his men. With a clang, the door closed and Lu Ming and the old man were left in the stone prison. The old man was still panting and Lu Ming didn't disturb him. After the period it took an incense stick to burn, the old man's aura finally calmed down. Chapter 4239. Little guy, do you believe what I said now? After a while, the old man regained his breath and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, from what had just happened, he could conclude that the old man had a way to resist the heart flame demon fire. This made Lu Ming's heart move. Senior, even if I can help you break the seal, this is the enemy's lair. They have many experts, we can't escape. Once your seal is broken, we'll be in more danger. Lu Ming said. So we need a chance. The old man said. A chance? What chance? Lu Ming asked. In this prison, there are always people going crazy. These crazy people will attack everywhere. In addition, there are also some people who are filled with negative emotions. They are bloodthirsty and murderous. With so many living beings gathered here, it's possible that some of them will come here to kill. It happened before, but I was controlled by the seal and didn't have a chance to escape. If it happens again, we can take the chance to escape. The old man said. Are you sure? Looking at the old man's weak appearance, Lu Ming was doubtful. With their battle strength, even if the prison fell into chaos, it would be difficult for them to escape. The enemy only needed to send a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer to capture them. Little fellow, don't underestimate me. My cultivation is currently sealed by the restriction. Once the restriction is removed, my cultivation will recover by a large portion. Let me tell you, my peak combat strength isn't inferior to that Commander Teng Ji. The old man said with a hint of pride in his voice. At your peak, you're not weaker than Commander Teng Ji? Then how did he capture you? Lu Ming was still doubtful. That's because at that time, I was entangled by a completely crazy person. I fought with that crazy person, and with great difficulty I managed to kill that crazy person. I was also injured. That Commander Teng Ji took the opportunity to charge out and seriously injured me. That was how I was captured. If I was at my peak, how could that Commander Teng Ji possibly capture me? The old man said. He seemed unhappy. If that's the case, we can give it a try. Lu Ming murmured and made a decision. All right, then we'll wait for an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrives, break open the restrictions for me, and I'll take you away. Little fellow, during this period of time, Commander Tungsten will surely make you go out and fight. You have to preserve your life and not die. The old man said. You don't have to worry about that. Now, can you teach me how to resist the heart flame demon fire? Lu Ming said. If I teach you now, what if you go back on your words? I think we'll talk about it after we escape. The old man said. Lu Ming had no choice but to wait. For the next 2 days, Commander Wuji did not let Lu Ming go out to fight. It was only on the 3rd day that Lu Ming was finally summoned. Above the stone dungeon and on the battle platform, Lu Ming looked ahead. A tall figure was walking over. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. It was a gorilla, more than 8 meters tall. It was extremely tall and sturdy. The gorilla wasn't made of flesh and blood, it was made of metal. It was a metallic creature. Its whole body was shining with a black metallic luster. It gave people the impression that it was invincible. Is that one of the top 10 clans, the metallic creature clan? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. You're just a human of the divine emperor realm. I'll tear you to pieces. The metallic gorilla roared and stomped on the ground. His tall and sturdy body was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. His violent chi was extremely terrifying. Second Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming knew that it was a cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. However, his chi was even stronger than the six-eyed middle-aged man Lu Ming had fought last time. Lu Ming threw a punch, colliding with the metal gorilla's fist. There was a violent explosion. Then, Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he regained his balance. Of course, Lu Ming had done it on purpose. The metallic gorilla was one of the top 10 clans, the metallic creature clan. It was extremely strong. It was indeed stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. However, it still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming couldn't show his full strength. He had to act weak. Otherwise, Lu Ming could bet that the enemy would send out a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer next time. Lu Ming was pushed back a dozen steps. The metallic gorilla was pushed back a few steps as well. You're that strong? The metallic gorilla was astonished. It hadn't thought that Lu Ming, a divine emperor realm cultivator, could be that strong. Even in the metallic creature clan, such a young genius had never appeared before. You're such a strong young genius. If you grow up, you'll become a great enemy of the heavenly palace. I didn't want to kill you, but I have no choice. Die. The metal gorilla roared. Its metal muscles swelled, and its body became more burly. It continued to charge toward Lu Ming. That's what I wanted to say to you, said Lu Ming. He threw a punch. Dong. Dong. The two of them started fighting fiercely. They kept exchanging blows. After a few breaths, they had exchanged over 100 attacks. The metallic creature clan was extremely talented. Its entire body was made of metal. Its defense was incredible. Its strength was even greater than that of an ordinary clan. Ordinary cultivators of the second great supreme god layer would be easily crushed by the metallic gorilla. Of course, it wasn't a match for Lu Ming. It was under Lu Ming's control. However, Lu Ming couldn't show too much strength. After exchanging a few hundred attacks with the metallic gorilla, Lu Ming decided to use a method where both of them were injured. He didn't defend himself. He just attacked crazily. Boom. Lu Ming's body was hit by the metal gorilla's punch. His chest caved in and blood flowed out. At the same time, the metallic gorilla's abdomen was also hit by Lu Ming's fist. With a thud, a large part of the metal gorilla's body caved in. The metal gorilla's body staggered back, revealing a pained expression. Die, shouted Lu Ming. He ignored his defense and attacked the metallic gorilla again. The two of them started fighting crazily. They attacked each other without any regard for defense. Both of them were hit continuously. Not long after, Lu Ming's body was in tatters. Many of his bones were broken. It was a terrifying sight. However, the metal gorilla was not in a better state. There were huge holes in its metal body, and some parts of its body were pierced. There was even one time when Lu Ming hit its neck, almost breaking its head off. The metallic gorilla's chi was getting weaker and weaker. Even though Lu Ming was heavily injured, his chi was still strong. Chapter 4240. This kid has such a unique physique and strong recovery ability. No wonder he dared to use such an internecine battle method. Commander Tungsten whispered from above. This was what Lu Ming wanted Commander Tungsten to see. Commander Tungsten didn't suspect that Lu Ming was hiding his strength. He just thought that Lu Ming's vitality was strong, and his recovery ability was superb. After being injured, he could quickly recover. Therefore, he was able to fight the metal gorilla to such an extent even though he was weaker than the latter. He recalled that Lu Ming was injured in the battle with the six-eyed middle-aged man, and recovered quickly. He was puzzled at first, but now he figured it out. It was all because of Lu Ming's strong recovery ability. Not bad, not bad. This kind of battle is exciting. Kid, don't die. Give me more exciting battles in the future. Commander Tungsten murmured to himself with excitement in his eyes. What he loved the most was this kind of bloody battle. A battle where both sides were evenly matched. He looked bored in this one-sided battle as he couldn't vent his negative emotions. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and the metal gorilla were still fighting fiercely. However, the more they fought, the more obvious Lu Ming's advantage became. This was because his recovery ability was very strong. After being injured, he could quickly recover, and his combat strength wasn't affected much. On the other hand, the metal gorilla couldn't. As the battle continued, its injuries became more serious and its combat strength became weaker. It had the upper hand at the beginning, but it was later suppressed by Lu Ming. In the end, it was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. It was no match for Lu Ming at all. After exchanging dozens of blows, there was a loud bang. Lu Ming blasted the head of the metal gorilla with a punch, killing it completely. Then, Lu Ming sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Pretending to be defeated and suppressing my strength is really tiring. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Suppressing his strength and exchanging blows was more tiring than fighting with all his strength. However, in the eyes of the Tungsten Pole Commander and the rest, they thought that Lu Ming was exhausted because he had gone all out to fight. Not bad, not bad. It was an exciting fight. Bring him down and let him fight after his injuries have healed, Commander Tungji said. Then the red-robed old man brought Lu Ming back to the prison. After the red-robed elder left, Lu Ming immediately circulated his taboo power, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. Your acting skills are not bad, the old man chuckled. Lu Ming ignored him and focused on recovering. After that, every 3 days, Commander Dongji would send Lu Ming to fight. Each time, he would send a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer, who was as strong as the metal gorilla. Every time, Lu Ming would deliberately suppress his strength, using the method of exchanging injury for injury to kill his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already fought 5 times. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the dungeon, quietly comprehending the secret technique. Boom! Suddenly, the dungeon shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling radiance. They're coming, someone is coming, the old man said. Lu Ming was also excited, looking forward to it. Rumble! The dungeon shook more and more violently, as if there was a powerful force constantly bombarding the ground. Kill, ha ha ha, kill. At the same time, a voice came from above, penetrating the stone wall, filled with a violent aura. Indeed, someone is coming, but judging from the voice, it doesn't seem like they've completely gone crazy. But their aura is very strong, not weaker than Commander Dongji. The old man listened and judged. It seems like there's more than one person coming, there's more. Lu Ming also listened carefully. Yes, there's more than one person. Look, they're going out. Our chance is here, the old man said. At this moment, the red-robed cultivators who were guarding the dungeon rushed out. There were not many people left. Our chance is here, let's take action or it'll be too late, the old man hurriedly said, but before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly, his eyes wide open, stunned. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body, and at the same time, small snake-like runes spread out. These small snakes were the power of the restriction. But as soon as these rune-like small snakes appeared, they seemed to burn, turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing. The restriction on Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. So fast. The old man was dumbfounded, stuttering as if something was stuck in his throat. He originally thought that even if Lu Ming could refine the restriction on his body, it would take a while. He did not expect Lu Ming to finish it as soon as he started. This speed was too fast. Let me help you. After refining the restriction on his body, Lu Ming immediately came in front of the old man, grabbed a chain, and poured the restriction energy into it. Buzz. The chain vibrated slightly, and runes appeared on it. These runes were obviously stronger than the ones on Lu Ming's body, but under the effect of the restriction energy, the result was the same. The runes on the chain seemed to burn violently, then turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. It's done, I can feel my strength recovering, ha ha ha. The old man was overjoyed. There were a total of 8 chains on his body, and now that Lu Ming had refined one of them, the restriction energy immediately loosened, and the old man felt his strength beginning to recover. Quick, continue, the old man shouted. This time, Lu Ming stretched out both hands, holding a chain in each hand, and began to pour the restriction energy. In just a breath's time, the power of the restriction on the 2 chains was refined by the taboo power. There were already 3 chains, and the old man felt his strength recover a little. Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to attack. Soon, the remaining 5 chains were refined by Lu Ming. Boom! When the restriction energy on the last chain was refined by Lu Ming, the old man immediately released a powerful qi. The qi was not very strong at first, but it increased very quickly. In less than half a minute, it had reached a level that shocked Lu Ming. Haha, let's go. The old man laughed and threw a punch, and the door of the dungeon exploded into pieces. The old man took the lead and walked out. Lu Ming followed closely behind him. How did you escape? You're courting death. As soon as Lu Ming and the others went out, a few people in red clothes noticed them. Even though some of them had gone out, some of them had stayed behind. Immediately, a few people in red clothes threw themselves at Lu Ming and the old man. They were extremely fast, and their qi was terrifying. One of them had the strength of the 4th great supreme god layer. If Lu Ming fought him alone, he would not be able to defeat him. Chapter 42-41. A few people in red clothes threw themselves at Lu Ming and the old man. One of them had the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer, and the other two had the strength of the third great supreme god layer. You're courting death. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After being captured by Commander Tung Ji, he had been tortured endlessly. He was filled with hatred and murderous intent towards those people, but he had been suppressed before, so he could only endure. Now that he was free, how could he endure it? He immediately rushed towards the three people in red clothes. His claws were like sharp blades, and in a flash, the sky was filled with claw lights. Slash. Slash. The old man's silhouette flickered, and the three people in red clothes didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces. The difference between them was too great. Even though they had the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer, they were still killed instantly. The old man's strength was unfathomable. He had been suppressed for so many years, and had just been released. He obviously hadn't recovered to his peak strength, but he was still extremely strong. Let's go. It's not the time to take revenge. Wait until I'm fully recovered, then I'll flatten this place, said the old man to Lu Ming. Then he walked up a flight of stairs. He hadn't lost his mind. He knew that it wasn't the time to take revenge. Very soon, Lu Ming and the elder left the ground and came to the surface. Boom. Boom. On the ground, the battle was extremely fierce. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that there were two main battlefields. Commander Tung Ji and a red-haired old man were fighting in the air. They were locked in a fierce battle. The red-haired old man's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. He was crazily attacking, but his strength was about the same as Commander Tung Ji's, so it was difficult to determine the winner. On the other battlefield, a group of people in red clothes were attacking three silhouettes. They were three gigantic red wolves. They were extremely strong. Even though there were only three of them and there were dozens of people in red clothes, they were still locked in a fierce battle. There were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. They were all the people in red clothes. The two of them glanced at the corpses and didn't stop. They quickly rushed outside. Damn it! Damn it! Old man, stay here! High up in the sky, Tungsten let out a furious roar when he discovered Lu Ming and the old man. Tungsten, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will settle this debt with you. Oh, you must live well. Don't completely fall into madness before I come. The old man's voice was filled with mockery. Don't even think about leaving. Commander Tung Ji roared and suddenly attacked, blocking the red-haired old man's attack. Then he wanted to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. The old man had a way to block the heart flame demonic flame. He absolutely could not lose it. You want to leave? The red-haired old man roared crazily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged towards the Tungsten Commander without regard for his life. The Tungsten Commander was almost hit, and he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. The other party's strength was in no way inferior to his. If he were to get careless, he could very well die in the other party's hands. You guys go and stop those two. Commander Tungsten Commander could only order the red-robed men. Immediately, a few red-robed men chased after Lu Ming and the old man. Among them, there was even a 5th-layer Great Supreme God expert. However, the old man was extremely strong. He killed the 5th-layer Great Supreme God expert with a single attack. The other red-robed men were frightened and frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the elder dashed out very quickly and left at high speed. Damn it! Damn it! Commander Tungsten Commander roared anxiously. In the end, Commander Tungsten Commander's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Let's not fight anymore. I'll tell you, the old man who just ran away has a way to block the heart flame demonic flame. Commander Tungsten Commander roared. If this continued, Lu Ming and the old man would run away. He would lose the way to block the heart flame demonic flame. Therefore, he simply roared. Even if he had to share it with the red-haired old man, he wouldn't hesitate. As expected, when the red-haired old man heard this, he immediately froze. The brutal murderous intent in his eyes instantly weakened. His eyes became clear, and then they were replaced by a strong desire. You're telling the truth? He really has a way to block the heart flame demonic flame? The red-haired old man asked in a trembling voice. He had been locked in the heavenly prison for many years. The heart flame demonic flame had corroded him greatly. The negative emotions in his heart were getting stronger and stronger. He was on the verge of going crazy. He had once wanted to submit to the Heavenly Palace and become the Heavenly Palace's Heaven Patroller. The Heavenly Palace's Heaven Patroller was actually the Heavenly Palace's hired thugs. However, because he had offended a genius of the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Palace didn't allow him to submit. He could only be locked in the heavenly prison for the rest of his life, until he finally went crazy and died. He wasn't far from going completely crazy. If this continued, the outcome would be predictable. "You better not lie to me," the red-haired old man shouted. Then he turned around and chased after Lu Ming and the old man. Commander Tungsten also stepped out. Like a beam of rainbow light, he chased after Lu Ming and the elder. Lu Ming and the old man flew at full speed. However, Commander Tungji and the red-haired old man were even faster. Soon the distance between the two parties was shortened. "Not good. I'll take you away." The old man's expression changed. He waved his hand and a divine power swept up Lu Ming. Then he suddenly increased his speed and flew forward rapidly. The old man took Lu Ming and increased his speed by a few times. However, he was still slower than Commander Tungji and the red-haired old man. The three parties tore through the void like three bolts of lightning. However, the distance between Commander Tungji and the red-haired old man and Lu Ming was still gradually shortened. The old man hadn't fully recovered. Now that he was carrying Lu Ming, his speed was more or less affected. Naturally, he wasn't as fast as Commander Tungji and the others. If this continued, they would catch up sooner or later. "Do you have any fake secret manuals or jade talismans on you? Throw them out and let them snatch them." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up and revealed a trace of joy. He transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "Little guy, you're young but you have a lot of thoughts. However, this is a good idea." Haha. Of course, the old man didn't immediately take out a fake one. Instead, he continued to fly for a distance. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, the old man put on a forced expression and roared, "If you want a technique to resist the heart flame devil fire, I'll give it to you." After saying that, the old man waved his hand and a jade talisman flew out like lightning towards Commander Tungji. Commander Tungji's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab the jade talisman. However, how could the red-haired old man let him have his way? He roared, "Get lost. This is mine." Chapter 42-42. The red-haired elder roared and charged towards Commander Tungji. His violent attacks seemed like he wanted to tear Commander Tungji into pieces. Commander Tungji had no choice but to fight back with all his might. Although he had his doubts, he doubted the authenticity of the technique that the elder threw out. However, he could not take the risk. What if it was real? Wouldn't it fall into the hands of the red-haired elder? Once it fell into the hands of the red-haired elder, he could forget about getting it. Therefore, he had to fight with all his might to get the jade talisman. While Commander Tungji and the red-haired elder were fighting fiercely, Lu Ming and Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to fly and disappeared from the area in the blink of an eye. The elder carried Lu Ming and flew at full speed. They flew continuously for a day before they found a place to stop and take a rest. With his speed, flying for a day was too long. It was impossible for Commander Tungji to catch up with them. "Senior Hao Lu, can you teach me the technique to resist the heart flame demon fire now?" Lu Ming looked at the old man and said to him. Hao Lu was the elder's name. "Hee hee, little guy, do you really think there's a technique to resist the heart flame demon fire?" Hao Lu chuckled. Lu Ming's face changed. "Senior, what do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, there's no technique to resist the heart flame demon fire at all," Hao Lu said. "What?" Lu Ming's face darkened. He stared at Hao Lu and said, "You've been playing with me since the beginning?" Could Hao Lu have been deceiving Lu Ming from the beginning, so that Lu Ming could help him escape? However, why did Commander Tungji think that Hao Lu had a technique to resist the heart flame demon fire? Could he have been deceived by Hao Lu too? Lu Ming's face became more and more unpleasant. If not for Hao Lu's strength being too strong, he would have already taken action to suppress Hao Lu. "Little guy, don't be too agitated. Let me finish." Hao Lu was still smiling mischievously. Lu Ming stared at Hao Lu with a gloomy face. He didn't say anything, obviously waiting for Hao Lu to continue. Although I don't have a technique to block the heart flame devil fire, I do have a treasure that can block it, Vast Willow said. A treasure that can resist the heart flame devil fire? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes. Otherwise, why would that Commander Tung Ji believe that I possess a method to resist the heart flame devil fire? He saw that I was not affected by the heart flame devil fire, and thought that I possessed a method to resist it. I naturally beat him at his own game, and made him believe that I possess a method to resist the heart flame devil fire. As long as I do not reveal the method, he will not kill me, Hao Lu explained. You're willing to give me a treasure that can withstand the heart flame devil fire? Lu Ming's expression was still ugly. Could it be that there were several treasures that could resist the heart flame devil fire? If there was only one, why would Hao Lu give it to him? Lu Ming was seriously doubtful. This type of treasure that can resist the heart flame devil fire is called the heart jade. This type of heart jade is a consumable item. If it is placed on one's body, it will naturally allow one's mind to remain clear and not be affected by the heart flame devil fire. However, if one continuously uses it, the heart jade will gradually decrease until it finally disappears. I was fortunate enough to obtain a piece of heart jade back then, and have already used it for many years, Vast Willow said. You're still playing with me? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold light. What's the point of talking about it when it has already been used up? Young man, why are you so impatient? Will you die if you listen to me? Vast Willow said unhappily. Lu Ming felt disdain in his heart. Who was the one who spoke in paragraphs and said to stop for a while? Although the heart jade will be used up, there is a place in the heavenly prison where one can obtain heart jade. I also need to obtain another heart jade. Therefore, I will bring you to the place that produces heart jade. As for whether you can obtain it or not, it will depend on your luck. This old man promises that I will do my best to obtain one for you, Vast Willow said. There is actually such a place in the heavenly prison? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. There was actually a place that produced heart jade in the heavenly prison, and the heart jade was able to resist the heart flame devil fire. In that case, wouldn't it be useless to lock someone up in the heavenly prison? Little brat, you don't have to be happy too early. The production of heart jade is very low, and it can only be found in that place. The competition there is extremely huge. Many terrifying experts will gather there, ready to fight for it at any time. Even if we go there, we might not be able to obtain a heart jade, Vast Willow said. Then why didn't Commander Tungsten and the others fight for it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The heavenly prison is very vast. The place where the heart jade is produced is very far from here. It is normal that the news did not spread here. In addition, those who know about the heart jade will treat it as their own secret and will not easily tell others. Because the more people who know about it, the more competition there will be. No one wants to have more competitors, Vast Willow explained. Lu Ming nodded. This explanation made sense. Because the heart jade was a consumable item, it would be used up after a period of time. It needed to be obtained continuously. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better it would be. Therefore, Commander Tungsten had misunderstood, and thought that Vast Willow had a method to resist the heart flame devil fire. Everything made sense now. Lu Ming's suspicions slowly faded away. Let's rest for a while, and then set off. That place is not close, Vast Willow said. The two of them rested for a whole day. Then Vast Willow led the way. With a great expert like Hao Lu, their speed was much faster. Vast Willow was extremely strong. Lu Ming guessed that Vast Willow had the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer, or even the 7th Great Supreme God Layer. A cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer was already extremely strong. He could easily kill a cultivator of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer, not to mention Lu Ming's strength. Therefore, even if they met some crazy people on the way, they would not be a threat to them. Instead, Vast Willow would kill them easily, unless they met some extremely terrifying people. Once Vast Willow sensed those extremely terrifying people, Vast Willow would take Lu Ming and take a detour. Just like that, they traveled for half a month. During this period of time, Lu Ming felt that the negative emotions in his heart had become a little more serious. Although it was just a little bit, and did not affect Lu Ming for the time being, it was indeed becoming more and more serious. If it accumulated over a long period of time, it would be extremely terrifying. This problem had to be solved. Lu Ming had to get the heart jade. Half a month later, according to Vast Willow, they were finally close to the place where the heart jade was produced. It was a desolate mountain range. There were all kinds of pitch-black trees growing on the mountain. It looked ferocious and terrifying. We're almost at the place where the heart jade is produced, the Heart Jade Demon Cave. There are always strong cultivators hiding around this area. We have to be careful, Vast Willow warned. His expression became serious. Chapter 42-43. How Lu and Lu Ming landed on the ground and started walking. Stop. Suddenly How Lu spoke. His voice carried a trace of seriousness as he swept the surroundings with his gaze. Lu Ming stopped and followed How Lu closely. It wasn't a joke. Even How Lu looked serious. Lu Ming's cultivation level wasn't high enough. Of course, he had to follow How Lu. How Lu glanced around. After a while he withdrew his chi and said, "Let's go. It's safe now." "Did they leave?" asked Lu Ming. "Indeed. They only have the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer. They knew they couldn't defeat me, so they left," said How Lu. The two of them continued walking. They didn't encounter any danger for the rest of the journey. Around half an hour later, "We're here," How Lu suddenly said as he looked ahead with bright eyes. Lu Ming also looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. There was a gigantic cliff in front of them. That cliff was tens of thousands of li high, and it was at least 100 million li long. It was very smooth, as if someone had cut it open with a blade. Half of it was still there, and the other half had disappeared. There was a cave in the middle of the cliff. That cave was round and gigantic. It was at least a few thousand li wide. From a distance, the cave was pitch black. It looked like a gigantic mouth that was going to swallow everything. Outside the cave, there were many people scattered around. There were at least 100 of them. Because the cave was gigantic, it didn't seem crowded even though there were over 100 people scattered around. That cave is the Evil Jade Cave. The Evil Jade Cave came from that cave. But that cave is very dangerous. Sometimes a terrifying energy comes out of it. Even a cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer will be severely injured or even die. Only a Divine Lord can break in. But there are no Divine Lords in the prison of the Heavenly Palace. The Divine Lords are locked up in other places in the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, it is impossible to rush into the cave to obtain the Jade Heart. The only way is to wait outside the cave. Occasionally, Jade Hearts will rush out of the Devil Jade Heart Cave. If you want to obtain a Jade Heart, you have to wait for it to rush out before snatching it, explained How Lu. Lu Ming's expression was grave. The difficulty of obtaining the Heart Jade was much greater than he had imagined. Lu Ming sized up the hundreds of people present. All of them were experts. Even the weakest among them were far stronger than him. Many of them were not weaker than How Lu, and some were even stronger than How Lu. In other words, any one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. How could he obtain the Jade Heart? He could only play it by ear. "Follow me," How Lu said as he walked towards the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Lu Ming followed closely behind How Lu as they slowly approached the Heart Jade Magic Cave. As they walked, Lu Ming sized up those people. These people came from all kinds of races. There were some races that even Lu Ming had never heard of. These people were all standing in different positions. Some were closer to the Heart Jade Demon Cave, while others were further away from it. There were even some people who were almost standing at the entrance of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Those who were closer to the Heart Jade Devil Cave were the stronger ones, while those who were weaker were further away from the entrance. That was enough to prove how terrifying the Heart Jade Devil Cave was. As Lu Ming and How Lu approached, they attracted many people's gazes. Cold, cruel and bloodthirsty gazes fell upon Lu Ming and How Lu. Especially Lu Ming, he was the focus of many people's gazes. Interesting. A mere divine emperor dares to come here. Do you want to snatch the Jade Heart from us? A cold voice sounded. You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Another disdainful voice sounded. Those who dared to come here were at least cultivators of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming was just a divine emperor. Any one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. A divine emperor dared to come here to snatch the jade heart from them. That was just wishful thinking. He was overestimating himself. There were even a few eyes that were filled with cold murderous intent. They had the feeling that they would kill Lu Ming at any time. However, when their eyes swept past Hao Lu, they forcefully suppressed their murderous intent. Hao Lu made them feel a sense of danger, making them feel apprehensive. They weren't sure that they could defeat Hao Lu. If they attacked him, they might get injured. If they got injured in that place, their strength would be weakened, and they could be attacked by others. That was extremely dangerous. After a short while, Lu Ming and Hao Lu arrived at an open space, about 1,000 li away from the entrance of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Then they calmly waited. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a whistling sound came from the Heart Jade Devil Cave. It sounded like a gust of wind. "They're here," Hao Lu suddenly said, staring at the Heart Jade Devil Cave. The others were the same. Their eyes were twinkling as they stared at the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Whoosh whoosh, the whistling sound of the wind became louder. Suddenly, rays of black light flew out from the Heart Jade Devil Cave. These rays of light formed arcs, like curved blades, flying out from the Heart Jade Devil Cave in all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Those who were close to the Heart Jade Devil Cave immediately used their movement skills, flashing rapidly and dodging the rays of black light. At Lu Ming and Hao Lu's side, there were 3 rays of light that flew over at an astonishing speed. Be careful, don't take it head-on. These rays of light are extremely terrifying. You can't take it head-on. Hao Lu's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. The rays of light were extremely fast. As soon as Hao Lu's voice fell, the 3 rays of light approached. Great God Wind Skill. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the Great Divine Wind Skill. It flickered continuously in the surroundings, transforming into many phantoms, and dodging the 3 arc-shaped lights. At the same time, Hao Lu also used his movement skill to dodge the 3 rays of light. In the other directions, those people also avoided all the arc-shaped lights. These people had been here for quite some time, so they were very familiar with the rays of light. Moreover, they were careful enough, so none of them were hit by the rays of light. However, the rays of light were not limited to that. Whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound in the Heart Jade Devil Cave did not stop. In the next moment, more rays of light flew out. This time, there were even more rays of light. This time, there were a total of 5 rays of light that flew towards Lu Ming and Hao Lu. This time, Lu Ming was prepared. He used his movement skill to the extreme and successfully dodged the 5 rays of light. It was the same for those in the other directions. None of them were hit. After this wave of rays of light flew out, the Heart Jade Devil Cave calmed down and returned to its previous calmness. This time, there is no Heart Jade. Hao Lu revealed a look of disappointment. The others were the same. They were more or less disappointed. Chapter 42-44. Every time, the jade heart would appear together with this kind of arc-shaped light. When the arc-shaped light flies out, sometimes the jade heart would fly out together with it. However, it doesn't appear every time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Hao Lu explained. Lu Ming nodded but didn't say anything. This brat is actually still alive. A bewildered voice came from the side, sounding very surprised. The others were the same. They all looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The arc light that flew out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave was extremely fast. Originally, they thought that Lu Ming, a divine emperor, would not be able to dodge it unless Hao Lu helped him. However, just now Lu Ming didn't need Hao Lu's help at all. He relied on himself to avoid those arc-shaped lights. This surprised them. This kid's movement technique is very fast. No wonder he dares to come to this place. However, if he only relies on his movement technique, he won't be able to obtain the Jade Heart. Hee. Someone sneered. Lu Ming didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. Those people also felt bored and did not continue to speak. The scene fell into silence again as everyone continued to wait. The wait lasted for half a month. Ooh. Half a month later, the Heart Jade Magic Cave once again resounded with the sound of howling winds. Everyone's spirits were lifted again. Within the Heart Jade Devil Cave, another arc of light was about to erupt. Every time an arc of light erupted, it meant that there was a chance that a Heart Jade would appear. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, A large number of arc-shaped lights flew out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. This time, there were many arcs of light. From afar, it looked like the entire cave was filled with arcs of light. The experts who were closest to the cave used their movement techniques to the extreme, constantly flashing, avoiding the arcs of light. A large number of arc-shaped lights flew out of the cave and fanned out in all directions. This time, a total of 7 arc-shaped lights flew toward Lu Ming and Hao Lu. Lu Ming executed his movement technique and flashed with all his might, dodging the arcs of light. Heart Jade, it's the Heart Jade. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. He saw a piece of white jade, about the size of a fist, flying out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. It was extremely eye-catching among the arc-shaped lights. That was the Heart Jade. Many people's eyes lit up, especially those who were close to the cave entrance. Finally, a Heart Jade. Very few Heart Jades flew out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. On average, only one Heart Jade would fly out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave every year. Those who were unlucky would have to wait a few years to see them. Every piece of Heart Jade was very precious. Not only could it save one's life, it could also reduce the pain caused by negative emotions. However, this piece of jade heart was enveloped by 3 arcs of light and flew out together. The experts closest to the cave originally wanted to rush over, but when they saw this scene, they stopped abruptly. These arcs of light were too terrifying. They could not block them at all. The Heart Jade was enveloped by the 3 arcs of light. They could not obtain it at all. They could only wait for the arc-shaped lights to disperse. With a swoosh, the jade heart flew past the people closest to the entrance of the cave along with a few arcs of light, flying towards the outside. After flying outside, the 3 arcs of light scattered and flew in all directions. The Heart Jade was still flying in one direction. This time, there were no arc-shaped lights. The eyes of the people in that direction lit up. They were burning with passion. The Heart Jade is mine. Get lost. The Heart Jade is mine. Many people shouted angrily as they threw themselves at the Heart Jade. Those people had been affected by the Heart Flame and Demon Fire. They were filled with all kinds of violent emotions. When they saw the Heart Jade, they went crazy. At least 10 people threw themselves at the Heart Jade from that direction. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling divine light flickered, and the fierce battle reached its climax in an instant. More than 10 people were fighting in a chaotic battle. Ah! A cultivator of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer gave a horrible shriek. His head was cut off and his soul was destroyed. He died on the spot. But a moment later, the one who had killed him, a cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer, was pushed back by another cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer. Behind that person, an arc-shaped light was flying. Slash. The arc of light cut through that person's body. That person's face was filled with endless terror. Then with a bang his body turned into a pile of dust. A cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer had been killed by an arc-shaped light. His body and soul had been destroyed. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Hao Lu had told him that the arc-shaped lights were terrifying. Even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer would be severely injured if they didn't die. But hearing about it was one thing. When he saw it with his own eyes, he was still astonished. How strong were cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer? In the primitive universe, he was definitely an expert who could dominate a region. In the Heavenly Palace, he could be a high-level divine general. However, he was hit by an arc of light and died just like that. However, the battle didn't stop even though those people had died. The battle was still intense. Very quickly, 2 more people had died. One of them had been killed by someone else, and the other one had also been killed by the arc-shaped light. After a long battle, a cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer finally obtained the Heart Jade. After that person obtained the Heart Jade, he flew away, intending to leave. If he didn't leave with the Heart Jade, he would be attacked by the others. Besides, that Heart Jade was enough for him to use for a long time. You want to leave? Give me the Heart Jade, and I'll spare your life, shouted a tall and sturdy silhouette, chasing after that person. That tall and sturdy silhouette had a thick and dense chi. He was a cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. The 2 of them, one running and one chasing, quickly disappeared from this place. The others didn't chase after them. Their silhouettes flickered as they dodged the remaining arc-shaped lights. The battle stopped. Compared to before, there were 4 less people. 4 great Supreme God Layer cultivators had died. "Fuck!" shouted a few people who were closest to the hole. Their eyes were filled with ferocious lights. Some of the others also sighed inwardly. Slowly, the scene calmed down. Everybody continued waiting. Time passed quickly. Another half a month passed. Whistling sounds spread in the air again. More arc-shaped lights flew out, but this time, there was no heart jade. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been here for half a year. Every half a month, there would be 1 or 2 waves of arcs of light flying out. However, ever since the last time a piece of jade heart flew out, there were no more jade hearts. Everybody was very patient. They didn't get impatient and continued waiting. Ooh. Finally, a whistling sound came from the heart jade magic cave again, and arcs of light flew out. This time, there were a few white dots in the arc-shaped lights. Chapter 42-45. The crowd frowned because there were a few white dots in the middle of the lights. Those white dots were emitting a milky white light which was dazzling to the crowd. Jade heart. Jade heart. This time, a few jade hearts had appeared at the same time, which was extremely rare. Many people's eyes turned red, and they released a powerful chi. They were ready to attack at any time. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of lights flew out and a few jade hearts also flew out. There were 4 of them in total. 4 jade hearts had flown out at the same time. It was a rare sight. I must get the jade hearts. I must get them. This time, I must get one. Many people roared in their hearts as they stared at the jade hearts that were flying out at high speed. Very quickly, the 4 jade hearts approached the entrance of the cave. Of the 4 jade hearts, 3 of them were surrounded by lights and it was difficult to get them. But one of them didn't have any lights around it, and it was flying towards them alone. Swish. Swish. Immediately, 2 strong cultivators rushed towards that jade heart. Those 2 strong cultivators had dared to stay at the entrance of the cave, so they were the strongest cultivators there. They had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. They were extremely fast and quickly approached the jade hearts. Both of them launched their attacks at the same time. Terrifying killing power blasted towards each other. Boom. Violent explosions spread in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already exchanged a few dozen attacks. Neither of them had managed to get the jade hearts. The jade hearts flew to the other side while they were fighting. "Piss off!" shouted a skinny big man furiously. He turned into an eagle and flapped his wings. His figure flickered, and he flew towards the jade hearts at an incredible speed. "Don't even think about it. The jade hearts are mine. How could the other one let him have them?" He also reverted back to his original form and charged over, exchanging blows with the goshawk. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged a dozen attacks. The goshawk was careless and its wing was hit by an arc of light. The goshawk screamed and retreated. At the same time, a feather flew out from its body and turned into a divine sword. It slashed at its own body, and with a poof, half of its body was cut off. This way, even though he was heavily injured, he managed to preserve his life. If he hadn't done so, even if his wings had only been hit by the arc of light, the destructive energy in the arc of light would have completely destroyed him. Song Ying was injured, so the jade heart was taken by another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. As soon as this person obtained the jade heart, he dashed outside, not intending to stay. There were more than 1 or 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer there. If things calmed down, he would be surrounded. 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer were fighting over the jade heart. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a flash. At this moment, the other 3 jades of heart flew out. As soon as they flew out, the arcs of light scattered in all directions, revealing the 3 jade hearts. This time, the scene was completely chaotic. "The heart jade is mine. I must get it. Kill." Almost everyone moved and rushed towards the 3 pieces of jades of heart. "Little guy, be careful. I'm going to snatch the heart jade," Hao Lu said, and also rushed towards a piece of jade heart. Lu Ming didn't move. With his cultivation level, he wasn't strong enough to join the battle. If he joined the battle, the shockwaves of the battle would be enough to kill him. He used the great godly wind technique to dodge the arcs of light while waiting for an opportunity. Boom boom boom. With the jade hearts as the core, the area was divided into 3 battlefields. There were at least a few dozen people in each area. The battle was too fierce. In just a short while, people were killed. Some people were killed by other strong cultivators, and some people were accidentally hit by the arcs of light and died. Lu Ming saw that Hao Lu was also in danger. He had almost been hit by an arc of light. The battle had only lasted for half a minute, but more than 10 strong cultivators had already died. However, no one had managed to snatch the jade hearts. There were too many strong cultivators. If anyone got close to the jade hearts, they would be attacked by others. The jade hearts were flying back and forth in the strong qi. They didn't know what the jade hearts were made of, but they were extremely hard. Surprisingly, they were safe and sound in the strong qi. Swish. Suddenly, on the battlefield to the left of Lu Ming, the jade hearts were hit by the strong qi and suddenly flew to one side. There was no one on that side. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Should he make a move? Lu Ming had mastered the great teleportation technique and the great aurora technique. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to get the jade hearts. Lu Ming's mind raced, and dozens of ideas flashed through his mind. In the end, Lu Ming decided to make a move. There was no other reason. The jade hearts were too important. If he didn't have the jade hearts, Lu Ming would sooner or later go crazy because of his negative emotions. However, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Rather than that, he might as well give it a try. After making up his mind, Lu Ming didn't hesitate anymore and used the great aurora technique. Swish. Lu Ming turned into an aurora and rushed out. In an instant, he was close to the jade hearts. He reached out and successfully grabbed the jade hearts in his hand. Success. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use the great aurora technique to rush out, a terrifying sword light slashed at Lu Ming from the side. Its power was extremely terrifying. If he was hit, Lu Ming was sure that he would definitely die. Kid, hand over the jade hearts. A roar filled with killing intent came out. There were already people rushing towards Lu Ming. It was too late to retreat. Great teleportation technique. Lu Ming wanted to use the great teleportation technique to leave, but in the next moment, his face changed greatly. The great teleportation technique couldn't be used because the space in this area was filled with arcs of light. These arcs of light severely affected the space. This space was extremely unstable and chaotic. If Lu Ming forcefully used the great teleportation technique, he would most likely be teleported to one of the arcs of light. At this moment, the others also rushed towards Lu Ming. Little boy, you're courting death. A trifling divine emperor wants to get the jade hearts? I swear you're dead. Even if you hand over the jade hearts now, I'll still kill you. Wishful thinking. Dozens of strong cultivators' silhouettes flickered, dodging the arcs of light and rushing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't use the great teleportation technique, so he had no choice but to run towards the other side. Lu Ming was extremely fast. He dodged the arcs of light and kept moving forward. However, compared to those cultivators of the 7th or 8th Great Supreme God layer, he was still much slower. Die. A skinny middle-aged man was holding a long silver sword. He slashed with his long sword and several sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 42-46. A few silver sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The most shocking thing was that these few sword gleams could actually turn. They seemed to be alive. Like many long snakes, they kept slithering in the air, avoiding the arc-shaped lights and charging toward Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up with Lu Ming. They had blocked Lu Ming's 3 directions. The only direction that wasn't blocked was the direction of the Evil Heart Jade Cave, because that direction didn't need to be blocked. The 3 sword lights were terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in on Lu Ming. Any one of them could instantly kill Lu Ming, because they were from a cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. There was no way out. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming moved towards the direction where there were no sword lights. Boom boom. The sword lights missed and collided with the arcs of light, then disappeared without a trace. However, right after that, Two silver sword gleams dashed toward Lu Ming like long silver snakes. Fuck. Lu Ming bellowed in his heart. However, he had no choice but to continue evading the attacks. He dodged the two silver sword lights. But in the next instant, Lu Ming's facial expression drastically changed. Because one of the arcs of light was moving straight towards Lu Ming's face. Just now he was focused on dodging the few silver sword lights, and most of his attention was on the silver sword lights. In a moment of carelessness, he actually rushed towards an arc of light. The two of them were too close and the arcs of light were too fast. It was too late to dodge. At that critical moment, Lu Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to condense forbidden energy in his hand. His hand was like a blade, slashing towards the arcs of light. There was no other way. Lu Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He could only do his best to resist. Even though Lu Ming wasn't sure he could succeed. That little boy is dead. The evil heart jade is mine, I must get it. When the others saw that Lu Ming was slashing towards the arcs of light, they were smiling coldly. They thought that Lu Ming was going to die. They sped up and rushed towards the evil heart jade. As soon as Lu Ming was killed by the arcs of light, they would try to snatch the evil heart jade. Slash. A clear and melodious sound spread in the air. The sound was similar to what the crowd had expected, but the situation was the opposite. It wasn't Lu Ming who had been slashed, it was the arcs of light. Lu Ming's palm slashed down. The arc-shaped light was like a bubble. It was split into two by Lu Ming, and then dissipated without a trace. In an instant, everyone's eyes were wide open. Why wasn't Lu Ming dead? Instead, he was able to scatter the arc-shaped light? The arc-shaped light was like a bubble in Lu Ming's hands. If not for the fact that they knew how terrifying the arc-shaped light was, they would have really thought that it was like a bubble that could be easily extinguished. They knew how terrifying the arcs of light were. Even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer would be severely injured if they were hit by the arcs of light. Only a few of them would be severely injured. Most of them would die if they were hit by the arcs of light. Lu Ming was just a piece of trash of the Divine Emperor layer. How could he have slashed the arcs of light? To be honest, even Lu Ming himself was surprised. Just now, he also thought that he was most likely going to die here. He had attacked with all his strength out of instinct. No matter what, he wouldn't give up. He hadn't thought that the arcs of light would be so useless. Could it be because of my forbidden strength? Lu Ming suddenly thought of his forbidden strength. When the arcs of light had collided with his forbidden strength, the arcs of light had been destroyed. It was because of his forbidden strength. That's right. The taboo force is known as the taboo force. It is the most powerful force in the universe. Many types of energy can be restrained by the taboo force. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's try again. With that thought, Lu Ming waved his hand again. The forbidden strength condensed into a palm and slashed at the arcs of light. Puff. That arc of light was really like a bubble. It emitted a slight sound and then dissipated. It's really effective. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As for the others, they all came to their senses. This kid is not afraid of the arcs of light. Miracle, miracle, I must capture this kid. This kid is a supreme treasure. These people were all roaring in their hearts. Their eyes were burning with flames of greed. They were even greedier than when they were looking at the Jades of Hearts. Lu Ming was not afraid of the arcs of light. As long as they captured Lu Ming and made Lu Ming listen to them, they could have as many Jades of Hearts as they wanted. At this moment, those people were not rushing towards Lu Ming for the Jades of Hearts. They wanted to capture Lu Ming. You want to capture me now? No way. Lu Ming smiled coldly and immediately used the Great Aurora technique. He turned into a beam of light and moved towards the entrance of the magic jade cave. His entire body was covered in forbidden energy. Wherever he went, the arcs of light that came into contact with him would disperse. In a flash, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the magic jade cave. Little boy, stay here. If you dare to move again, I swear I'll make sure you die a horrible death. A few silhouettes also rushed towards the entrance of the magic jade cave. Those people were all cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. They were extremely strong. However, Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to them. He turned around and rushed towards the magic jade cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled a few dozen li. At that moment, the arcs of light in the magic jade cave were about to end. There were no more arcs of light flying out. However, when those cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer arrived at the entrance of the magic jade cave, they didn't dare chase after him. Even though the magic jade cave was calm and peaceful when the arcs of light didn't appear, as if it was safe, as long as someone dared to go in, the magic jade cave would explode and kill them all. Jades of the heart flew out from the heart jade magic cave. One could imagine that the heart jade magic cave contained a large number of jades of the heart. How could it not be coveted? Many people had wanted to take advantage of the fact that the arcs of light hadn't exploded to go into the magic jade cave and steal the jades of hearts, but they had all died. They had all died in the cave. Their souls had all been destroyed. None of them had survived. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have dared to stay outside the magic jade cave. Little boy, you're good. I'll give you a suggestion. Go into the magic jade cave and bring the jades of hearts out to me. Then I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in there forever, said a cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer coldly. Indeed, that's what I wanted to say too, said another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. He was on the other side of the magic jade cave. Even if Lu Ming went into the magic jade cave, so what? Chapter 42-47. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A few more silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the demonic jade cave. They were all cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Little boy, you better be obedient. Go in and take the jades out. Otherwise, this old man will die miserably. I know you're on the same side, said another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. He was holding someone. It was Hao Lu. Hao Lu was captured. Hao Lu and Lu Ming had come together. Everybody had seen that. When they saw that Lu Ming could break the lights, some cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer immediately attacked Hao Lu. Hao Lu only had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. Of course, he couldn't compete with those cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Little brother, save me. Hao Lu cried out loudly with a panicked expression. Those people were under the influence of the demonic fire. They killed people without batting an eyelid. If they were angry, they would kill him. He was scared to death. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. At the very least, Hao Lu's character was not bad. Previously, when they were being chased by the Tungsten Commander and the rest, he brought Lu Ming along and did not escape alone. Lu Ming remembered this in his heart. If there was a way, he would help Hao Lu. But how could he help him now? Besides, even though those people didn't dare come in, they were blocking the entrance. Even if he went into the depths of the demonic jade cave and obtained a large number of jades, he wouldn't be able to get out. Even if he got out, those people would probably join hands to kill him and steal his jades. Unless there was another exit in the depths of the demonic jade cave. He had to try. You better not touch him. Otherwise, even if I get the jades, I won't take them out. We'll just die together. Lu Ming stared coldly at the person who grabbed Hao Lu. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If you can take the jades out, I'll let him go, said the cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, smiling. Then Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He turned around and went into the depths of the demonic jade cave. Now he could only take one step at a time. First, he would enter the Heart Jade Magic Cave and see what was going on before making further plans. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, watching as Lu Ming walked step by step towards the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Lu Ming's speed wasn't very fast. Although he had a taboo power that could break through the arcs of light, he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if there were any other dangers in the depths of the Heart Jade Magic Cave? Lu Ming's body was shrouded in taboo energy as he moved forward step by step. Soon Lu Ming was 100 li deep into the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Rumble. Suddenly, a faint rumbling sound came from the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Lu Ming felt the ground tremble slightly. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He focused his attention and pushed his taboo energy to the limit. Then Lu Ming felt a terrifying energy rush out from the front of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. This energy was like a tidal wave, covering the entire cave, leaving no gaps. It was impossible to dodge, so he could only take it head-on. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying energy appeared not far in front of Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming made his move. His palm was like a knife, constantly slashing out. Palm energy bombarded the surging waves. These waves looked terrifying, but after being hit by Lu Ming's palm energy, they were directly split apart, creating a huge hole. It's effective. This energy is exactly the same as the arcs of light. It can be restrained by my taboo energy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he became more confident. Next, Lu Ming continued to attack, directly destroying this energy. Lu Ming strode forward without any hindrance. Towards the end, Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster, and he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. This kid, what kind of energy does he have to be able to break through the arcs of light? He's really powerful. No wonder he was imprisoned by the heavenly palace. Haha, as long as we stay here and wait for this kid to come out, the heart jade will be ours. We won't have to fear the heart flame devil fire anymore. Outside the cave, some people were laughing, looking forward to Lu Ming's appearance. The heart jade devil cave was very deep. Lu Ming walked forward for a distance of more than 10,000 miles. Along the way, he encountered several energy attacks, but they were all easily broken by him. After moving forward for a while, Lu Ming's spirit was lifted. He had finally reached the end of the Heart Jade Devil Cave, and a huge space appeared in front of him. Lu Ming quickened his pace and came to this space. This space seemed to be an underground space. It was very wide and spacious. Yes, spacious. Lu Ming looked around, and there was nothing here. What heart jade? He didn't see a single piece. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. The heart jade clearly flew out from here, but why didn't he see a single piece of it here? Something's not right. Suddenly, Lu Ming made a discovery. He discovered that there were lines of runes on the ground or on the walls. Although the light was dim, it was still seen by Lu Ming. This spacious space was full of such runes. A large formation. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a large formation. This Heart Jade Devil Cave was not formed naturally, but man-made. At this thought, Lu Ming's heart turned cold. Ha ha ha, after so many years, someone finally came in. Great, my race's many years of planning finally didn't go to waste. Suddenly, a few laughter sounded. The laughter was filled with ecstasy. Then, a figure flashed, and a few figures suddenly appeared in this space. There were more than a dozen of them. There's really someone. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat, but the space behind Lu Ming fluctuated slightly, and a figure already appeared behind Lu Ming. What fast speed! Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's speed was too shocking, exceeding his reaction time. Lu Ming's body also stiffened. He knew that this was a terrifying powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, he absolutely had no room to resist. If there's no other way, I can only take out the purple copper coffin and risk it all. Lu Ming focused his mind and communicated with the purple copper coffin. Once something was wrong, he would take out the purple copper coffin and risk it all, although he did not know if it was effective. At this time, Lu Ming saw these people's appearances clearly. These people looked very strange. Each and every one of them was tall and thin, like thin bamboo poles. The most special thing was their heads. Their heads were very long, and the top of their heads was pointed, like an awl. What race was this? Lu Ming had never seen or heard of it before. But what made Lu Ming more at ease was that he did not sense any malice from these people. These people's eyes stared fixedly at Lu Ming, full of ecstasy, curiosity, and anticipation. Everyone, I'm Mu Yun. If I've disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. I'll withdraw now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Chapter 42-48. Back out? Since you can come here, how can you back out? A burly man with a conical head said. Lu Ming's expression changed as he said, Everyone, what is the meaning of this? I didn't mean to offend you when I came in. At the same time, Lu Ming was on full alert, maintaining contact with the purple copper coffin at all times. If the situation went wrong, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and fight for his life. Seeing that Lu Ming was on his guard, the few men with conical heads smiled faintly. One of them, who looked like an old man with 2 white eyebrows, smiled slightly and said, Little friend, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. After saying that, he said to the others, Let's back up a little. Don't alarm this little friend. After saying that, he took a few steps back. The others also retreated. The expert standing behind Lu Ming also retreated, keeping a distance from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly relieved, because he could feel that these people really did not have any ill intentions. Lu Ming's spirit sense was very sharp. He could acutely sense whether the other party had any ill intentions towards him. Everyone, since you have no ill intentions towards me, why are you not letting me back down? What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming asked. That's because we have something to ask you for help with. The old man with 2 white eyebrows said. You have something to ask me for help with? With my cultivation, what can I do to help? Lu Ming was puzzled, but in the next moment his heart skipped a beat. Could it be related to his taboo power? Sure enough, the old man with 2 white eyebrows said. Of course you can help. Little friend, the power you control is very special. We set up a large formation here, and activated the power of void annihilation. But it was easily broken by you. This is not something that anyone can do. In fact, we have set up this formation here for several stellar years, and only you can do it. The power of void annihilation? The arc-shaped light that flew out of this cave was all because of this formation? Lu Ming said, his gaze once again sweeping across the runes on the ground. That's right. The old man with 2 white eyebrows nodded. That heart jade was also thrown out by you? Lu Ming asked again, his eyes filled with anticipation. That's right, the heart jade was refined by my clan. The old man with 2 eyebrows nodded. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly in shock. The jades of the heart were actually refined by these people, and not naturally contained within the world. This greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. These people were actually able to refine treasures like the jade heart. Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be affected by the heart flame demonic fire in the heavenly prison? You're doing this to find someone who can break the power of void annihilation? What exactly do I have to help you with? Lu Ming said. He knew that if he didn't agree to help the other party, even if the other party didn't do anything to him, he definitely wouldn't give the heart jade to him. The other party wasn't that stupid. Therefore, it seemed that the other party was definitely going to help. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to ask the other party what he wanted to help him with. Speaking of which, we have to start from the history of my clan. My clan is called the Sky Heart Clan. I wonder if you've heard of it. The old man with 2 eyebrows asked. Sky Heart Clan? I've never heard of it. There doesn't seem to be such a clan in the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. Lu Ming shook his head. In fact, he had some doubts in his heart. Putting everything else aside, just the strength of the dozen people in front of him was extremely shocking. There were definitely peak god emperors among them. Logically speaking, with such experts holding the fort, they should be able to squeeze into the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. However, they weren't on the board of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, my clan has been gone for countless years. The old man with 2 eyebrows sighed. The other members of the Sky Heart clan were furious. Let me tell you the truth. Countless years ago, my clan was very famous in the primitive universe. During our heyday, we were ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. The old man with 2 eyebrows said. What? Top 10? Lu Ming exclaimed. He was really too shocked. During their heyday, the Sky Heart clan was ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. The top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe were known as the top 10 races. They were extremely powerful, and had an unfathomable foundation. For example, the Angel clan, the Demon clan, the Blood clan, the Buddha clan and so on. Which one of them wasn't famous in the universe? They were the pinnacle forces of the universe. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Palace, they would have been the overlords of the universe. The Sky Heart clan was one of the top 10 races back then. It was really terrifying. However, how could such a powerful clan suddenly disappear from the universe? He hadn't even heard of it until now. Lu Ming also asked the question in his heart. It's because of the Heavenly Palace. This time, the old man with 2 eyebrows was also furious. He said, back then, my clan discovered some secrets of the Heavenly Palace and was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Palace's rule. The Heavenly Palace immediately killed us, and sent a large number of experts to annihilate my clan. The remaining people were all locked up in the prison. It's the Heavenly Palace again. Even the top 10 races couldn't withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He thought of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was also one of the top 10 races back then. They were extremely powerful. In the end, they were still annihilated by the Heavenly Palace. Now they were removed from the top 10 races. In history, the top 10 races weren't fixed. Every once in a while, there would be a race that weakened or was completely annihilated, and then replaced by another race. In fact, the mastermind behind all of this was the Heavenly Palace. The old man with two eyebrows said again. Lu Ming was speechless. The Heavenly Palace was indeed powerful. This was undeniable. He waited for the old man to continue. He believed that the old man would soon tell him why he needed his help. Sure enough, the old man with two eyebrows continued. My clan has been exterminated and the remaining people have been imprisoned in the heavenly prison, never to leave. However, my clan is not willing to accept this. My clan was so strong in the past. We are not willing to remain silent. We want to leave, but our strength is too weak. Our strongest expert is only at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Our Divine Lord experts are imprisoned in another place. Only by rescuing our Divine Lord can we have hope. Therefore, we set up the Void Annihilation Array here, and then used the Jade Heart to lure the other people in the prison to fight for it. Only those who could break the Void Annihilation Array could help my clan and save the Divine Lords. The old man with two eyebrows explained. In this way, Lu Ming understood all the secrets of the Jade Heart and the Jade Heart Demon Cave. However, there was a bigger problem. You want me to save the Divine Lords of the Sky Heart clan? I don't think I can do it with my cultivation, Lu Ming said. He was only at the Divine Emperor realm. We don't need your cultivation. We only need your strength. Our race's Divine Master is imprisoned in another place, not this prison. However, a few stellar years ago, our race discovered that the place where our Divine Master was imprisoned is connected to this prison. Our race has already discovered the passageway leading to that place, but the passageway has been sealed by a powerful force. After a long time, the experts of my clan finally discovered that force. It was the Void Annihilation Array. The old man with two eyebrows said. Chapter 42-49. The experts of my race who are proficient in arrays spent a great deal of effort to create an array. This array can mimic the power of the seal, Void Annihilation. Since you can break Void Annihilation, you should be able to break the seal and release the God Lord experts of my race. The two-browed elder continued to explain. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was just breaking the seal, so it was fine. I can help, but I need Jade Heart. Also, if you can get out, bring me out with you, Lu Ming said. Haha, that's simple. If you have any other requests, you can ask. As long as my race can fulfill them, we will not refuse, the old man with the two eyebrows said. Then he waved his hand, and a number of crystals suddenly appeared in the air. Jade Heart, all of them Jade Heart. There were more than 100 of them. Little friend, take these Jade Heart first. Oh, my name is Xian Wu, an elder of the Sky Heart race. Little friend, you can call me Elder Xian Wu. The two-browed elder waved his hand, and more than 100 Jade Heart flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Jade Heart. Then many thanks to Elder Xian Wu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. At the same time, he took out a heart jade and held it in his palm. He then injected the taboo force into the heart jade. Immediately, the heart jade disappeared from Lu Ming's palm and appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness the next moment. At the same time, the Jade Heart emitted a cool energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had been a little restless from the corrosion of the Jade Heart Devil Fire, and the negative emotions in his heart disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the cool energy of the Jade Heart isolated him from the Jade Heart Devil Fire. The effects of the Jade Heart were better than Lu Ming had imagined. It was no wonder those experts outside the Jade Heart Devil Cave were willing to risk their lives to obtain the Jade Heart. At the same time he sighed. The experts outside had to risk their lives to obtain a single heart jade, but he had easily obtained over 100 of them. He wondered what kind of expression those people would have when they found out. Thinking of this, Lu Ming thought of Lu and Commander Tungsten. Everyone, I still have one more thing that I need your help with. I have a friend who has been captured outside the Heart Jade Devil Cave. I hope that you can help me save him. Also, I need you to help me kill someone. Lu Ming said. That's simple. Since we've found you, there's no need for this place to exist any longer. Let's set off now. Elder Xian Wu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned around and walked out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Elder Xian Wu brought a dozen experts from the Sky Heart race and followed behind Lu Ming. They didn't have to worry about any threats when they came out. Their speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, they had crossed the Heart Jade Magic Cave's passageway. The light from outside pierced in. Lu Ming strode out. Outside the Heart Jade Magic Cave, those experts were guarding the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Among them, there were 2 experts of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, who were controlling Lu, making it difficult for him to move. This time it's really troublesome. Am I going to die here? Lu sighed. He didn't have much hope for Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming could come out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave alive, and bring out a large number of Heart Jades, those people wouldn't let Lu Ming go. Not only would they steal Lu Ming's Heart Jades, but they would also control Lu Ming. They would make Lu Ming their tool in the future to collect Heart Jades for them. As for him, once he no longer had any value, he would definitely be mercilessly killed by these people. In other words, he was doomed. If I had known earlier, I would have been imprisoned by Tungsten. Lu sighed inwardly. Suddenly someone shouted, "That kid is coming out." Lu was astonished. He hastily raised his head and looked at the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. He knew that it was time to decide his fate. Everyone's gazes also turned towards the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. A silhouette slowly walked out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. It was pitch black and his face was revealed. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? That kid is coming out. He's safe and sound. Did he get the Heart Jades? That kid must have obtained a large number of Heart Jades. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. From now on, I won't have to suffer from the Heart Jade magic fire anymore. Among them, the strongest cultivators were extremely excited. They were filled with excitement and excitement. Little boy, do you have any Heart Jades? Hurry up and give them to us. Hurry up and show us. A few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer immediately walked towards the entrance of the cave, while releasing powerful qi. You should let him go first, said Lu Ming, pointing at Lu. This caused Lu's heart to feel slightly warm. Lu Ming hadn't forgotten about him. Little boy, you don't have the right to talk about conditions with us. Do you understand? Said the cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, who had captured Lu. Is that so? Didn't you want the Heart Jades? Look at them. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and more Heart Jades appeared in his hand. There were more than 50 of them. Outside the Heart Jade Devil Cave, over 100 experts widened their eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. Heart Jades, all of them were Heart Jades. There were more than 50 of them. That was more than 50 Heart Jades. They had never seen so many Heart Jades. As expected, Lu Ming had obtained a great harvest in the Heart Jade Magic Cave. They were overjoyed, especially the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. They were overjoyed. They thought that they were the strongest cultivators there. As long as they didn't kill each other, the Heart Jades would be theirs. They wouldn't have to suffer from the Heart Jade magic fire anymore. Little boy, quick, give me the Heart Jades, quick, said an old man of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, staring at Lu Ming. To be exact, he was staring at the Heart Jades in front of Lu Ming. He wanted to take all of them for himself. Give them to me, quick, said another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. Little boy, give them to me. Otherwise your friend will die miserably, said the cultivator who had captured Lu. He moved closer to the entrance of the cave. However, they didn't dare enter the Heart Jade Magic Cave. They were afraid of it. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He waved his hand and put all the Heart Jades into his ring. His storage ring had originally been given to the Bone Demon. His current storage ring had been given to him by the Sky Heart tribe. Afterward, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, retreating for dozens of miles. Little boy, what are you doing? Hand over the heart jades. Do you know you want to die? Shouted the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer furiously. Chapter 4250. When the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer saw that Lu Ming had put away the jade heart and was retreating, they all roared furiously as if they were going to defeat Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you hear me tell you to let him go? If you don't let him go, I'll never come out of this cave. Let's see who has more patience and who can wait. Anyway, I have the jade heart, so my soul won't be corroded by the demonic fire." Lu Ming sneered coldly. He simply sat cross-legged on the spot, looking relaxed and carefree. How Lu was pleasantly surprised. As expected, this kid was full of tricks. Indeed, Lu Ming had the jade heart, so he had the upper hand. He could defeat these strong cultivators for sure. They didn't dare enter the jade heart demon cave, so they could only listen to Lu Ming. Otherwise, they would never be able to get the jade heart. The strong cultivators around the jade heart demon cave ground their teeth. They wished they could cut Lu Ming into pieces. However, they didn't dare enter the jade heart demon cave, so they could only stare at each other. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. "All right, I'll let him go first. But if you dare play any tricks, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The expert who caught how Lu gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with anger. However, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it. He waved his hand and How Lu flew away, regaining his freedom. As soon as How Lu regained his freedom, he flew to the entrance of the Jade Heart Demon Cave. However, he stopped there, not daring to enter. "Come in, it's all right. If there's danger, I'll take care of it," Lu Ming said to How Lu. How Lu ground his teeth and chose to believe in Lu Ming. He stepped forward and entered the Jade Heart Demon Cave, arriving next to Lu Ming. Of course, he was extremely nervous. He looked around vigilantly. This was the Jade Heart Demon Cave. Who knew how many strong cultivators had died here? It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Even though Lu Ming could resist the energy of the Jade Heart Demon Cave, he was still nervous. "What do we do now? If we stay here and don't move, those people won't let us go." How Lu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. At the same time, various thoughts were running through his mind. He wanted to think of a way to escape. However, after much thought, the only way he could think of was to stay in the Heart Jade Magic Cave and not leave. "Brat, now that I've released her, hurry up and come out. Give me the Jade Heart." The expert who caught How Lu roared. Deep in his eyes, there was a cold killing intent. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as Lu Ming came out and handed over the Jade Heart, he would make Lu Ming regret his decision just now. He would make Lu Ming suffer a fate worse than death. "Don't go out. These people won't keep their promises. Or, you can force them to swear on their life essence that they won't kill us," How Lu hurriedly said to Lu Ming. "This old fellow is courting death." Many people glared at How Lu, wishing they could slap him to death. If Lu Ming really forced them to swear on their life essence that they wouldn't kill Lu Ming and the rest, they could only let Lu Ming and the rest go. Yes, make them swear. How Lu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would blurt out such a brilliant idea. After all, Lu Ming had the initiative now. However, Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. Let's go out." After saying that, Lu Ming stepped out. Was there a need to force them to swear on their lives to deal with these people? He had more than 10 experts from the Sky Heart clan. There were peak emperor gods in the Sky Heart clan. These people weren't enough. The reason why he didn't let the people from the Sky Heart clan appear previously was because he was worried about How Lu. After all, How Lu was in the hands of the other party at that time. Now that How Lu had escaped, he didn't have any more worries. However, How Lu didn't know about this. When he saw Lu Ming walking out, his expression changed drastically. "Mu Yun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You're walking right into a trap if you go out now. Are you tired of living?" How Lu shouted. The experts outside the Heart Jade Magic Cave were all overjoyed. This brat actually sent himself out. Ha ha ha, that's great. Previously, I thought this brat was a troublesome character. I didn't expect this brat's brain to be so bad. When this brat comes out, I'll make him wish he was dead. These people roared in their hearts. Of course, They didn't think of killing Lu Ming. They just wanted to torture Lu Ming and make him regret what he did earlier. Muyin. Hao Lu shouted anxiously. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at Hao Lu. He continued to step out, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Bang. Finally, Lu Ming took a step forward and officially left the Heart Jade Demon Cave. He stepped out of the Heart Jade Demon Cave. The eyes of the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair, who were close to the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave, suddenly lit up. Cold chi emerged from their bodies. Little brat, hand over your jades. Give me all your jades of heart, shouted a few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair. I advise you not to attack. Let us leave. Otherwise you'll die miserably, said Lu Ming indifferently. Many people almost burst into laughter when they heard Lu Ming. What was Lu Ming talking about? A godly emperor cultivator was shamelessly telling a group of cultivators of the 8th and 7th Great Supreme God Lair that if they attacked, they would die miserably. Wasn't that a joke? Ha ha ha, little brat, I think you're crazy. I'll attack. Let's see what you can do to me. Kneel down. A few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair immediately attacked Lu Ming. They wanted to take Lu Ming's jades first. If they took them first, they would have the upper hand. Maybe they could take them all. For cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair had attacked him. Their speed was too fast. Lu Ming couldn't resist such an attack. However, Lu Ming didn't try to dodge. He just stood there motionlessly. Damn it. We're done for. Hao Lu's face was deathly pale. He couldn't do anything. They were done for. They had worked so hard to gain the upper hand, but now it was gone. However, at that moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. They were two cultivators of the Sky Heart clan. They were two cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Lair. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The two cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Lair attacked at the same time. A total of 4 rays of light shot towards the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair. Each cultivator of the Sky Heart clan was fighting against 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair. The difference between 9th and 8th Great Supreme God Lair was too big. They couldn't fight back at all. The 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair couldn't withstand a single attack. The 4 rays of light flashed and the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair stiffened. Chapter 42:51. For lights flashed and the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair were petrified. A hole had appeared between their eyebrows and blood was gushing out. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 cultivators of the Tian Xian clan. They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe that 2 such strong cultivators had suddenly appeared in the Magic Jade Cave. At the same time, their eyes were filled with intense fear. Then their life auras rapidly weakened. For cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair fell down on the ground, their chi completely gone. They were dead. For cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair had been killed in a flash. Everybody was astonished. They were petrified and their eyes were wide open. They stared at the 2 cultivators of the Tian Xian clan, and then at Lu Ming. They were just like the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair, who had been killed. They were all confused. Why had 2 strong cultivators suddenly appeared in the Magic Jade Cave? What was the relationship between them and Lu Ming? Those 2 cultivators were obviously helping Lu Ming. The 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair had been killed because they wanted to attack Lu Ming. They remembered what Lu Ming had just said. I advise you not to attack, otherwise you will die miserably. Earlier on, Lu Ming's words seemed like a joke to them. It was comical and ridiculous. But now, they realized that what Lu Ming had said wasn't a joke at all. It was a fact. Unfortunately, nobody had believed him. Therefore, the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair had died. The others shuddered as they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Especially the other cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Lair. They were soaked in cold sweat. They felt lucky that they had attacked too slowly. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. Hao Lu, who was behind Lu Ming, was dumbstruck. He thought he was dreaming. We'll kill anyone who dares touch Prince Mu Yun. A cold voice was heard from the Heart Jade Demonic Cave. Elder Xian Wu led a group of people out and came to Lu Ming's side. Of course, it was Elder Xian Wu who had just spoken. His gasps could be heard from the crowd. Those people were even more confused. There were still people in the Heart Jade Devil Cave. And there were so many of them. They all seemed to be incomparably powerful existences. Moreover, he even addressed Lu Ming as young Master Mu Yun. He was completely on Lu Ming's side. What the F***ck is going on? Many people roared in their hearts, unable to understand. Now, is there anyone else who wants the jade heart in my hands? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd as his indifferent voice sounded. No one spoke, no one dared to speak. Nonsense, of course I want it. Whoever doesn't want it is a beast. There were 1,000, 10,000 desires in their hearts. If it was just Lu Ming alone, they would have already snatched it. But now, they glanced at the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, who had been killed and their hearts were pounding. Whoever wanted her was a beast. Everyone involuntarily stepped back to express their intentions. Although the jade heart was important, compared to being killed right now, it was better to save his life. Hao Lu, let's go. Lu Ming said to Hao Lu, then strode out of the place. Hao Lu hurriedly followed Lu Ming. He was still in a daze. Soon they left the area. Hao Lu, these 10 jade hearts are for you. Lu Ming waved his hands and 10 pieces of jade heart flew out toward Vast Willow. Hao Lu instinctively reached out his hand to catch them. He was stunned. After a while, his entire body began to tremble. Even his lips were trembling. He was excited. 10 jade hearts, a total of 10 jade hearts. He had never dreamed that he would be able to obtain 10 jade hearts in one go. After a long time, he had finally obtained a jade heart after much effort. That was because not many people knew the secret of the jade heart, so the competition wasn't as fierce as now. He was lucky enough to obtain a jade heart. This time he didn't have much hope when he brought Lu Ming here. He was just hoping that he would be able to obtain something. He had never thought that it would end up like this. The entire process was full of twists and turns. It was extremely thrilling. Hao Lu, thank you for bringing me here. However, I have other matters to attend to. Let's part ways here. Lu Ming said. Oh, alright. Hao Lu then woke up from his dream. He took a look at the people from Sky Heart Tribe. He knew that Lu Ming had something to attend to and it definitely had something to do with these people. However, these people were extremely powerful and it was obvious that he couldn't interfere. Luckily, he had obtained 10 jade hearts and could use them for a long time. He was already satisfied. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Hao Lu cupped his fists. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lu Ming nodded his head and didn't stay any longer. He left with Elder Xian Wu and the rest. After flying for a while, they arrived at a mountain peak. Elder Xian Wu, please wait for me here for a while. Once I've dealt with that matter, I'll meet up with you. Lu Ming said. It's all right. My tribe has waited for a long time, and we don't mind waiting a little longer. The 2 of you, follow young Master Mu Yun. Elder Xian Wu nodded, and ordered the 2 9th-level Great God Layers from the Sky Heart clan. Yes, the 2 powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan received the order. Afterward, Lu Ming stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming's matter was naturally Commander Teng Ji's matter. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. This was Lu Ming's principle. Commander Teng Ji had dealt with him, and he naturally had to take revenge. After a period of time, Lu Ming arrived at the region where Commander Teng Ji was at. Looking from afar, he could see a few red-robed men patrolling the region. It was obvious that the battle had ended and peace had returned. Lu Ming brought the 2 experts from Sky Heart Tribe and headed forward. Who's there? The moment Lu Ming got close, he was discovered. In a flash, a few red-robed men appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. This lad looks familiar. It's that lad, the lad who escaped during the chaos. That old man isn't here. Quick, spread the news. These people quickly recognized Lu Ming and let out a few exclamations. In the beginning, they were afraid that Hao Lu would be with Lu Ming. They were shocked. However, after scanning the area, they did not see Hao Lu. They instantly felt at ease. In a flash, they surrounded Lu Ming. As for the 2 experts from Sky Heart Tribe, they couldn't detect their cultivation levels. The two experts from Sky Heart Tribe were much stronger than them, and they couldn't detect their cultivation levels. However, they were still cautious and had some misgivings. Hence, they did not take action directly. Instead, they surrounded Lu Ming and the rest, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Chapter 4252. Lu Ming did not make a move. He placed his hands behind his back and waited calmly. Lu Ming did not speak. The two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe naturally did not make a move. They stood beside Lu Ming calmly as though they did not see the red-robed men. In their eyes, the red-robed men were like ants that could be killed easily. Naturally, they did not put them in their eyes. In just half a minute, several figures flew over. They were all red-robed men, and there were at least a dozen of them. The leader was an old man in a red robe. He was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming. Back then, he had captured Lu Ming and locked Lu Ming in the dungeon. These red-robed men were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. "Brat, you still dare to come back." When the red-robed old man saw Lu Ming, he shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with anger. Because of Lu Ming, he had been severely punished by Commander Teng Ji. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Before Lu Ming came, Hao Lu had been locked up for many years without escaping. However, after Lu Ming came, Hao Lu escaped not long after. Commander Teng Ji thought that this had something to do with Lu Ming. Since he was the one who captured Lu Ming, he was naturally implicated. When he saw Lu Ming, the red-robed old man's anger exploded. Teng Ji did not come out. "That's good too. I'll deal with you first before dealing with Teng Ji." Lu Ming said indifferently. "What? Brat, I think you're courting death." The red-robed old man shouted angrily. Then he looked at the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe and his eyes narrowed. Previously, he had focused all his attention on Lu Ming and neglected the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe. Now that he looked at them, he immediately discovered the problem. His cultivation was much higher than the rest. When he looked at the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe, he instinctively felt danger. Although they did not release their auras, they still gave him a strong sense of pressure. In addition, since Lu Ming had already escaped, it was strange that he would return. Something's not right. It's a trap. The red-robed old man was shocked, and then he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Lu Ming had already spoken. "Seniors do it," Lu Ming said. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, the two powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan struck. Their figures flashed and turned into phantoms as they charged toward the red-robed men. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that these red-robed men couldn't dodge at all. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out. When the two experts from the Sky Heart race stopped, over 10 red-robed cultivators had been pierced through. Their souls had been annihilated. More than 10 red-robed men had fallen, including the red-robed old man. "Go." Lu Ming did not even look at these people as he stepped forward. Soon, he leaped over a mountain, and the huge fighting stage appeared in front of Lu Ming. On the fighting stage, two figures were fighting fiercely. Above them, Commander Teng Ji was watching. As he watched, his eyes flickered with tyrannical radiance from time to time. During this period of time, he was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. Hao Lu had escaped and he couldn't find a way to resist the heart flame demonic fire. This made the negative emotions in his heart even more explosive and difficult to control. Therefore, during this period of time, he had to watch others fight every day to vent his emotions. If it wasn't for this, he would have gone crazy. Damn Hao Lu and that brat. Damn it. Damn it. Don't let me see you. I'll make you suffer the greatest pain in the world. Commander Teng Ji roared in his heart with a hideous expression. Suddenly, Commander Teng Ji sensed something. He looked up into the sky and his eyes widened abruptly. He naturally saw Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, just as he thought of this brat appeared. Previously, the red-robed elder did not tell Commander Teng Ji that Lu Ming was here. The red-robed elder wanted to take down Lu Ming himself and apologized to Commander Teng Ji. Therefore, Commander Teng Ji did not know that Lu Ming was here. When he saw Lu Ming, he was stunned. "Brat, how dare you come back? Where's Hao Lu? Ask him to come out." Commander Teng Ji roared furiously. His body soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Lu Ming. However, just as he was halfway there, his rapidly moving figure suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted rapidly, revealing a trace of fear, because he saw two experts from the Sky Heart tribe. His cultivation level was higher than the red-robed elders. He had reached the 7th Heaven Emperor God realm. He realized that the aura of the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe was extremely terrifying. They were many times stronger than him. Terrifying, dangerous, not good. Commander Teng Ji could no longer care about Lu Ming and he retreated rapidly. However, it was too late. One of the experts from the Sky Heart tribe had already attacked. His body flashed and he appeared in front of Commander Teng Ji. "No, spare my life." Commander Tungsten let out an earth-shattering cry for mercy. His voice was filled with terror. However, Lu Ming would not let him go. The expert from the Sky Heart tribe attacked without hesitation. Commander Teng Ji roared furiously and used all his strength to resist. However, the difference between the 7th Heaven Emperor God realm and the 9th Heaven Emperor God realm was too great. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. A divine light flashed and Commander Teng Ji's forehead was pierced. He died on the spot. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and confusion. This. At that moment, the surrounding red-robed men were dumbfounded. Everything had happened too quickly. When Commander Teng Ji saw Lu Ming, he immediately attacked. However, he was killed halfway by the expert from the Sky Heart tribe. Everything had happened in an instant. In the hearts of the red-robed men, the extremely powerful Commander Teng Ji had been killed so easily. It was like a dream. "Run." Suddenly, one of the red-robed men shouted and turned around to run. Even Commander Teng Ji had been killed so easily. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed behind? The other red-robed men also reacted and fled in all directions. Lu Ming did not ask the experts from the Sky Heart tribe to chase after them. His main target was Commander Teng Ji. As long as he killed Commander Teng Ji, it would be fine. As for the others, as long as they did not take the initiative to die, he would not care. Soon, all the red-robed men had run away. On the fighting stage, the two figures who were fighting stopped and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. They were extremely happy to see Commander Teng Ji being killed. However, there was a formation on the fighting stage, and they could not escape immediately. "Seniors, break the formation here and let the two of them out," Lu Ming said to the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe. The two experts from the Sky Heart tribe nodded and attacked. With their cultivation of the 9th Heaven Emperor God realm, it was not difficult for them to break the formation on the fighting stage. It did not take them long to break the formation on the fighting stage. The two people on the fighting stage were overjoyed. They flew over and cupped their fists. "Thank you, young master, for saving us." Chapter 42:53. "You're welcome. We're all victims." Lu Ming smiled. The two of them thanked each other again before leaving the place. Afterward, Lu Ming led the two powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan into the dungeon and released all the living creatures that were imprisoned in the dungeon. Lu Ming also removed the seals on these prisoners. These prisoners were naturally grateful and left one after another. After settling this matter, Lu Ming and the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe left the place to meet up with Elder Xian Wu and head to the Sky Heart tribe together. They were still very far away from the Sky Heart tribe. They traveled continuously for 7 days before arriving at the territory of the Sky Heart tribe. The Sky Heart tribe occupied a vast area in the heavenly prison and thrived there. They wouldn't be corroded by the heart flame demon fire. Over the years, their numbers had multiplied greatly. However, there seemed to be some kind of seal or restriction in the Sky Prison. In the Sky Prison, one's cultivation could only reach the peak Emperor God realm before it was difficult to break through. Over the years, the Sky Heart tribe had never produced a Divine Lord Realm expert. Therefore, they wanted to break the seal and release the sealed Divine Lord Realm experts of the Sky Heart tribe. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sky Heart tribe, he received a grand reception. Almost all the upper echelons of the Sky Heart tribe were present to welcome Lu Ming. The Sky Heart tribe was so powerful and prosperous in the past. How could they be willing to accept the fact that they had fallen to such a state? Now Lu Ming had become their only savior. How could they not value him? Lu Ming rested in the Sky Heart tribe for another 3 days. Then a big shot from the Sky Heart tribe brought Lu Ming to the place where the seal was. This was a barren land guarded by a large number of experts from the Sky Heart tribe. Outsiders couldn't get close. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed the moment he arrived at this area. There was a shocking scene in the void in front of him. The void in front of him was shaking and twisting continuously like water ripples. However, there were huge chains in the void. These chains crisscrossed and covered the void. There were at least dozens of chains in the air. Dozens of chains had sealed off that area of the void. The power of these chains. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was shocked. He discovered that the chains weren't real, but were made of energy. Lu Ming was very familiar with this kind of energy. It was very similar to the void destruction energy in the Heart Jade Devil Cave. This is the sealed place. We guessed that there used to be a passage here that led to the place where our Divine Master was trapped. Later, it was sealed by the Heavenly Palace. There are a total of 49 chains here. They are all formed by the power of void destruction. They are extremely terrifying. No matter how many experts we sent, we were unable to break through them. Instead, many of our people died. The Heart Jade Magic Cave's array formation was also imitated by our clan's array formation masters after studying these chains for a very long time. However, it is far inferior to the void annihilation power of these chains. At the side, Elder Xian Wu explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had more or less guessed it. Little friend Mu Yun, we will have to rely on you for the rest. However, the void destruction energy of these chains is extremely terrifying. You must be careful. Another elder from the Sky Heart clan said. This person was called Xian Fan, and he was the patriarch of the Sky Heart clan. Patriarch, don't worry. I will do my best. Lu Ming nodded. If he could release the Divine Master Realm expert from the Sky Heart clan, he was naturally willing. It was too difficult for him to escape from the heavenly prison with his own cultivation. It was almost impossible. Therefore, only by creating some chaos and uncertainty would he be able to escape. Releasing the Divine Master Realm expert from the Sky Heart clan was to create uncertainty. On the surface, it looked like he was helping the Sky Heart clan. However, he was also helping himself. Lu Ming observed for a while before he walked toward one of the chains. From afar, the chains didn't look big. However, when he got closer, he realized that the chains were extremely huge. Every chain was bigger than a vast mountain range. Lu Ming's size was like a speck of dust compared to the chains. Lu Ming slowly approached one of the chains. When he got closer, the chain emitted a terrifying fluctuation. A formless energy rushed toward Lu Ming. This energy was extremely terrifying. It was as though it could destroy everything. Its aura was very similar to the arc-shaped light that flew out from the Heart Jade Magic Cave. However, it was even more terrifying. After all, the arc-shaped light from the Heart Jade Magic Cave was created by the Sky Heart clan to imitate the chains. The power of the imitation naturally couldn't be compared to the real thing. From afar, all the big shots from the Sky Heart clan stared at Lu Ming. Their heartbeats quickened and their breathing quickened. They were anticipating and nervous at the same time. Although they had heard from Elder Xian Wu that Lu Ming could break the Heart Jade Magic Cave's array, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, the energy of these chains was vast and boundless. They were many times more powerful than the array that they had set up. It was still unknown whether Lu Ming could break them. This concerned the fate of their clan. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy and covered his body with it. He allowed the formless energy to rush over. Ooh, that energy was like a gale that blew past Lu Ming's body. However, when it got close to Lu Ming's body, it automatically moved aside. The taboo energy on Lu Ming's body directly cut off that energy. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As for the experts from the Sky Heart clan, their eyes lit up as well. They were delighted. Although Lu Ming hadn't officially started to break the chains, they knew very well that it was extremely dangerous to get close to the chains. The Sky Heart clan had paid a huge price in the past. However, Lu Ming was fine. This meant that there was hope. They had succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming continued to move forward and approach the chains. Formless void energy rushed towards Lu Ming from the chains. However, it was all blocked by the taboo energy. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the chain. What followed was the real beginning. Lu Ming needed to use the taboo energy to destroy the chains. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and circulated the taboo energy as he slowly approached the chains. Everyone from the Sky Heart clan felt their hearts rise to their throats. Whether or not it would be effective and whether or not it would succeed would depend on this move. Finally, Lu Ming's palm pressed against the chains. Boom! Lu Ming felt as though the chains had exploded. The berserk void energy rushed towards Lu Ming as though he had poked a hornet's nest. The entire chain was formed by the void energy. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed slightly as he released the taboo energy. Chapter 4254. Lu Ming unleashed his taboo energy and struck out. The taboo energy was like a pillar as it rushed towards the void annihilation energy. Boom! There was a loud bang. The force of void annihilation was penetrated and Lu Ming was unscathed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The taboo energy was indeed able to break through the void annihilation energy. Let's continue then. Lu Ming placed his palm on the chain as the taboo energy surged out and struck the chain. The chain vibrated continuously as the void annihilation energy surged out. However, Lu Ming broke through it. The void annihilation energy here was stronger than the void annihilation energy in the Heart Jade Demon Cave. However, it couldn't harm Lu Ming. When the taboo energy surged out and broke through the void annihilation energy, it also refined a portion of the void annihilation energy. This way, the void annihilation energy on the chain would be reduced slightly. After a while, the area where Lu Ming's palm was placed on the chain dimmed. It's really effective. It's really effective. Seeing this scene, the Skyheart tribe members were ecstatic. Previously, they were still worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to deal with the void annihilation energy. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was able to refine it, they could finally relax. As long as he could refine it, it didn't matter if the speed was slow. Over time he would be able to refine it. Lu Ming continued to pour in his taboo energy. After a few hours, Lu Ming suddenly retreated and distanced himself from the chain. His taboo energy was almost depleted, and he needed to replenish it. I reckon that it will take a long time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. After a few hours, the chain had only been refined a little. He didn't know how long it would take to refine the void annihilation energy on the entire chain. Moreover, there were a total of 49 chains like this. He hoped that the people from the Heavenly Palace wouldn't discover it. Little brother Mu Yun, you've worked hard. Patriarch Xian Fan stepped forward with a smile on his face. He was so happy that he finally saw hope. I'm ashamed. My cultivation is too weak. I don't know how long it will take for me to refine it. Lu Ming said. It doesn't matter. My clan has waited for a long time, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Little brother Mu Yun, you should be exhausted, right? If you need anything to recover, just tell me. Xian Fan said. I need a treasure that contains pure energy, or a treasure that contains rich life force. Lu Ming said. That's easy. I have quite a lot here. If it's not enough, I'll immediately send a message back to get more for you. Xian Fan said. With a wave of his hand, one pitch-black crystal after another flew out towards Lu Ming. There were tens of thousands of them. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the crystals away. He then took out a piece and sensed it. He immediately discovered that the crystals did indeed contain an extremely pure energy. This energy was similar to the Elvenwood core, but the energy it contained was even denser than the Elvenwood core. This is really good stuff. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. The energy in the crystal was absorbed and dispersed into every cell in his body. It was then converted into forbidden energy for Lu Ming to use. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to recover to his peak state. After recovering, Lu Ming continued to refine the chain. When his energy was exhausted, he returned to absorb the energy of the crystal to recover. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. Time passed day by day. As time passed, the void annihilation energy on the chain grew dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Lu Ming spent a total of 10 years before he finally refined one of the chains completely. Phew, the progress is faster than I expected. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If he took 10 years to refine one chain, he would be able to refine all 49 chains in 490 years. What was 490 years to them? It was just a blink of an eye. After refining the first chain, he started to refine the second chain. It was worth mentioning that during this period, the Sky Heart tribe sent Lu Ming a large number of black crystals. There were hundreds of thousands of them to ensure that Lu Ming had sufficient energy. Lu Ming naturally kept them without hesitation. He knew very well that he did not need so many crystals to refine the 49 chains. However, Lu Ming had no intention of returning the extra crystals. The more such treasures, the better. Time passed quickly year after year. Finally, after 490 years, the 49 chains were completely refined by Lu Ming. When the last chain disappeared, Lu Ming quickly retreated to the side of the expert from the Sky Heart tribe. Rumble. The void began to tremble violently. The void rippled like water. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the middle of the void. This black dot seemed to have a great attractive force that sucked in everything around it. And this black dot was rapidly growing in size. Soon, the black dot turned into a huge black hole that was dozens of meters in diameter. Through the black hole, one could vaguely see that there were spots of starlight on the other side. However, they were very dim. Starlight? Could this hole lead to the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. If it led directly to the chaotic universe, wouldn't he be able to escape directly? The eyes of the experts from the Sky Heart tribe lit up. Obviously, they had thought of this too. Could it lead directly to the chaotic universe? Someone whispered. I'm not sure. Even if it doesn't lead to the chaotic universe, it should lead to the place where our divine master experts are imprisoned. This is a good thing for us. That's right. The passageway has been formed. Once it stabilizes, we'll immediately send someone to check it out. The experts from the Sky Heart tribe spoke one after another and decided on a plan. Everyone waited quietly. After about 3 days, the passageway stabilized completely. Holes that were 1,000 meters in diameter appeared in the air. Patriarch, let's set off. Immediately, more than 10 people asked for permission. These people were the top experts from the Sky Heart tribe. All of them were peak emperor gods. All right. Be careful. If there's anything, report back immediately. Elder Xian Fan said. Then the experts from the Sky Heart tribe set off. They flew toward the black hole and disappeared within it. Everyone waited anxiously. Especially the Sky Heart tribe. After spending countless years and exhausting countless efforts, would he be able to succeed this time? Although they guessed that the Divine Master experts from the Sky Heart tribe were imprisoned on the other side of the black hole, they weren't sure if it was true. Lu Ming was also filled with anticipation. In fact, he was more excited to see the chaotic universe on the other side. Then he could escape directly. This was because even if they released the Divine Master experts from the Sky Heart tribe, they would only have the hope of escaping. They might not be able to escape. Chapter 4255. They did not have to wait for long. About half an hour later, some people flew over from the other side of the hole. They were the men from the Sky Heart tribe. However, at that moment, the dozen or so Sky Heart clan members all had terrified looks on their faces. Their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. They flew over quickly as though they had encountered something terrifying. Clan leader Xian Fan and the others were nervous. They released their auras and were prepared for a big battle. They thought that there would be some terrifying existence coming from the other side of the black hole. However, when the men from the Sky Heart tribe arrived, there was nothing coming after them. What's going on? Why are you so terrified? What did you encounter? Clan leader Xian Fan shouted, and asked the men from the Sky Heart tribe. However, he did not let his guard down and continued to stare at the black hole. Corpses, terrifying corpses, one of the old men from the Sky Heart tribe said. He was an elder of the Sky Heart tribe, and he was a peak emperor god. However, at this moment he was terrified. Corpses? What's going on? Is there any danger over there? Did you find any divine masters? Elder Xian Fan asked a few questions. No, there is no danger over there and no divine masters have been found. There are only corpses over there. A large number of corpses. Clan leader, you will know when you go over. the elder from the Skyheart tribe said. The hearts of clan leader Xianfan and the others sank. They did not see any divine masters from the Skyheart tribe. Could it be that the divine masters from the Skyheart tribe were not imprisoned over there? Since there is no danger, why don't we go over and take a look? Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go over and take a look. Clan leader Xianfan nodded. Only a few of them were left behind in case of an emergency. The rest of them flew towards the black hole, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also curious about the situation over there. Soon, they passed through the black hole and came to an unfamiliar region. It was indeed a starry sky with specks of starlight. However, when they looked into the distance, their faces changed drastically. Corpses. They were all corpses. There were corpses floating in the starry sky in front of them. These corpses belonged to various living beings, and they were huge. The small ones were the size of a mountain while the large ones were the size of a planet, or even bigger than a planet. That is, the corpse of a primordial divine spirit. When Lu Ming's gaze landed on the largest corpse, he couldn't help but exclaim. The corpse was even larger than a planet. Its fist was equivalent to a planet. Judging from its size, it was easy to tell that it was a primordial god. Only this primordial deity's head was gone, as if it had been chopped off by someone. Let's go and take a look. Xianfan Patriarch suppressed the shock in his heart and said. Everyone nodded and flew forward. It did not take long for them to reach the large number of corpses. From afar, the corpses seemed to be packed together, but when they got closer, they realized that the corpses were separated from each other by a large distance. There was not a single trace of life. They were all dead. Some were split into two halves, some had their heads chopped open, and some had their glabella pierced. All of them had been killed by terrifying means. Furthermore, each of the corpses was emitting a terrifying aura. It was so piercing that their skin felt like it was being cut apart. What terrifying auras! Could these corpses have all been divine masters when they were alive? Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. His voice was extremely solemn. Yes, divine masters. All of them were divine masters. Why are there so many corpses? What is going on? Xianfan Patriarch said. His voice was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. There were too many corpses. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 corpses. These were all Divine Master Realm experts. Anyone who saw over 1,000 Divine Master Realm experts' corpses at once would be terrified. These were Divine Masters, the pinnacle of combat strength in the universe. The more they looked, the more terrified they became. Was this a place where Divine Masters were buried? As for who did this, it was needless to say that it was the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace had actually slaughtered so many Divine Master Realm experts and buried them here. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and continued to look. There were all kinds of races. Lu Ming saw a gigantic divine dragon. The dragon's body was billions of miles long, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. There was also a phoenix that was as big as a planet. Among them, there were some special races that Lu Ming had never heard of before. Can I take away the original divine spirit's corpse? Lu Ming suppressed the shock in his heart and started to think. These were all divine master corpses. It could be said that they were all priceless treasures. Especially if there were any corpses of devil lords or fiend divine lords. Those would be of great use to bone devils. Lu Ming flew towards the original divine spirit's corpse. The original divine spirit's corpse was emitting a terrifying qi. That qi cut Lu Ming's body like a knife. Lu Ming circulated the taboo power with all his might to resist this aura. The original divine spirit had been dead for many years. Even though the qi was terrifying, it wasn't unstoppable. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer wouldn't have been able to resist it. They would have been killed as soon as they got close. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He could resist that qi. After getting closer, Lu Ming looked at the corpse carefully. There's no blood. The blood has dried up. What should I do? Lu Ming frowned. The corpse was too big. It was impossible to carry it all away. His interspatial ring couldn't hold it. He could only get some blood and bones. But there wasn't any. Let's see if I can cut off some bones. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and slashed at the original divine spirit's body. But the sword bounced back. It didn't leave a single mark on the original divine spirit's skin. Lu Ming tried again, but it didn't work. In the end, he gave up. When the Sky Heart clan saw Lu Ming's reaction, they were also tempted. They sent divine masters to take some materials back. However, even though they were peak great supreme gods, they couldn't do it. In the end, they came up empty-handed. "Let's go to other places," said Xian Fan. They had come to look for the divine masters of the Sky Heart clan. Since they hadn't found any, they weren't willing to give up. They wanted to continue looking. They chose a direction and continued flying. Then they found more corpses. In the end, they found a few thousand corpses. They were all divine masters. It was terrifying. They were all divine masters' corpses. "That's our divine masters," shouted an elder of the Sky Heart clan suddenly. Chapter 4256. "That is our tribe's divine master," an elder from the Sky Heart tribe exclaimed. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately looked in a direction. Everyone from the Sky Heart tribe turned pale when they saw that direction. Their faces turned pale. There was indeed a member of the Sky Heart tribe there. However, it was a corpse. Just like the other corpses, it was floating there quietly, dead. Everyone from the Sky Heart race had pale faces. They had put in so much effort to find the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe, and hoped that the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe would bring them out of this place. Was this the outcome? Their eyes were filled with despair. There is. Another member of the Sky Heart tribe pointed into the distance, and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked over, and saw another corpse of the Sky Heart tribe. Judging from its aura, it was also a divine master. Xian Fan, and the rest turned even paler. Indeed, they found a few more corpses of the divine masters of the Sky Heart tribe. They had found 5 corpses in total. At that moment, everyone from the Sky Heart tribe was filled with despair. There was no need to search anymore. It was obvious that the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe was dead. He was not trapped in a certain place. He had been killed. Despair filled their faces. Especially Xian Fan and the rest. They looked as though they had aged countless years in an instant. Is our Sky Heart tribe destined to perish? Destined to be imprisoned in the Sky Prison forever? Clan leader Xian Fan sighed. Does clan leader Xian Fan want to give up? We might be able to find a way out here, Lu Ming said. His words lit up the eyes of clan leader Xian Fan and the rest. Yes, they had not given up hope yet. Although the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe was dead, it did not mean that they could not leave this place. Perhaps there was a way out of this place where the divine master was buried? They could not give up. Let's continue forward, clan leader Xian Fan said. They immediately decided on a direction and continued forward. Slowly, the number of corpses floating in the air decreased. Not long after, their vision cleared up. There were no more corpses in front of them. It was a starry sky. The starry sky was empty and deep. They could not see the end of it. They looked hopeful as they continued forward. In front of them, they didn't see any more divine master corpses. However, this part of the starry sky was very strange. There were very few stars, and they could only see a few stars occasionally. They flew forward for several days and found nothing. It seems like this place is also a cage that buries the corpses of god lords. An elder of the Sky Heart race sighed. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared without a trace. It was the same for the other Sky Heart tribe members. Is there really no way out? Lu Ming's heart began to waver. No. As long as there's still a glimmer of hope, I can't give up. Lu Ming shook his head, and his gaze became firm again. Immediately, they continued their journey. Although the members of the Sky Heart race were in despair, they didn't want to give up just like that. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Look, that's a universe black hole. Suddenly, an elder from the Sky Heart race pointed to the front. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, an incomparably deep black hole had appeared in the starry sky ahead. It was incomparably huge, floating in the universe. There were no stars or substances in the surroundings. Not even light could be seen. A universe black hole. This was a true universe black hole. It had an incomparably terrifying attractive force that could suck in any matter, including light. Everyone's expression turned solemn. There was actually a universe black hole here. In the universe black holes were generally forbidden grounds. Even god emperors would find it hard to escape if they were trapped inside. Not to mention god emperors, even some god lords would be in danger if they were trapped inside. Let's go around it. Don't go near it. Clan leader Xian Fan said. Everyone nodded and planned to go around it. Everyone flew to the side. Something's not right. Look, there's something in the universe black hole. Suddenly someone shouted. At this moment, everyone's pupils contracted, because they had also noticed something. At the core of the universe black hole, there was light spreading out. The universe black hole that was said to be able to devour light actually had light spreading out. It was truly shocking. Everyone took a closer look, and their hearts beat wildly. It seemed to be a coffin, a golden coffin. In the universe black hole, there was actually a golden coffin floating. This was somewhat unbelievable. Who was buried in the coffin? It was actually emitting light, and people outside could see it. This place is not to be underestimated. Clan leader Xian Fan said solemnly. Indeed, it might be an important place in the heavenly palace. Let's take a look. An elder of the Skyheart clan said. Everyone nodded, and went around the universe black hole from afar. However, not long after, they saw another shocking scene. Because they saw a second universe black hole. In this universe black hole, there was also light emitting out. They also saw something. There was a cage in this black hole. It was made of some kind of strange metal. Inside the cage, one could vaguely see a creature. It was extremely tall and sturdy, and it was incomparably huge. It was lying in the cage motionless. These universe black holes, could they really be cages that trap some terrifying existence? An elder of the Skyheart clan said with a trembling voice. The rest did not speak, but their expressions were solemn. They also had the same guess in their hearts. Next, they continued to move forward, and discovered a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there was something in every universe black hole. Some of them were cages, some were coffins, and some were even big boxes. They even saw a massive life form floating in the center of the universe's black hole. This life form's body was pierced through by chains, and the other end of the chains extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. It was unknown where it led. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. In every universe black hole, there was a high possibility that an extremely powerful being was trapped. These beings were definitely terrifying. Moreover, no one knew if they were dead or alive. No one knew how long these living beings had been trapped. Some of them might have already fallen. Forget it, it seems like this is also a cage. A cage that is of a higher level than the heavenly prison. It's impossible for us to get out. Let's give up. An elder of the Skyheart clan sighed. His eyes were filled with despair. The rest of the Skyheart clan, including the clan leader of the Skyheart clan, were similar. It was obvious that this was indeed a cage, a higher level cage. The heavenly prison imprisoned those below the almighty realm. However, this place imprisoned those above the almighty realm. Moreover, even if the almighty realm of the heavenly human tribe was still alive, they were trapped in the universe black hole. It was impossible for them to rescue them. Once they got close to the black hole, they would be devoured by the power of the black hole. Chapter 4257. Let's go back. It's futile to continue searching. If we encounter the people from the heavenly palace, we won't even be able to preserve the last of our bloodline. Clan leader Xian Fan sighed and made his decision. The other powerful figures from the Skyheart tribe nodded as well. They then turned and headed in the direction they came from. After flying for a while, Elder Xian Fan stopped and turned to Lu Ming. Brother Mu Yin, aren't you leaving? Yes, Lu Ming had been standing there, and he didn't follow clan leader Xian Fan and the others. Clan leader Xian Fan, you guys go back first. I'll take a look around. Lu Ming said. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue exploring. Alright, be careful. I'll leave someone at the entrance to wait for you. Clan leader Xian Fan said. Clan leader, don't worry. If anything happens to me, I won't say a word about the Skyheart tribe. Lu Ming said. Clan leader Xian Fan and the others were relieved. They bade farewell to Lu Ming and flew back to the direction they came from. Soon they disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings and then continued to fly in the direction that he had been heading earlier. Next, Lu Ming saw a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there were things in the universe black holes. To think that there are so many black holes in the universe here. It doesn't make sense for them to be so densely packed. Could it be that they were opened by the experts of the Heavenly Palace? Such combat strength is really incredible, Lu Ming thought. The strength of the Heavenly Palace was even more unfathomable. The universe black holes were terrifying. Even divine masters would be in danger if they entered. However, they were opened up and used to imprison criminals. It was shocking. The living beings in the universe black holes should be dead. There's no movement. After all, the living beings in the universe black holes had been trapped for many years. It was normal for them to die. Lu Ming didn't give up and continued to fly. That seems to be a human. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front of him, another cosmic black hole appeared. In the center of this cosmic black hole, there was a figure. This figure looked exactly the same as a human. He floated there, his hair disheveled. His body was bound by 8 chains, and the other end of the chains led to the depths of the universe's black hole. It was very strange. He was clearly in the black hole of the universe. The black hole of the universe could devour everything, including light. Moreover, this figure was extremely small compared to the black hole of the universe. However, Lu Ming could see this figure clearly. It was a marvelous feeling. It was as if this figure was emitting a marvelous light that allowed Lu Ming to see it clearly. This should be a human. There's no mistake about it. It's a pity that such a powerful being of the human race has died. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to go around the black hole and leave, his body suddenly stiffened. That's not right. Just now he seemed to have moved. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. He clearly saw the finger of the figure in the black hole twitch slightly. If it was an ordinary person, they might suspect that they were hallucinating. However, at Lu Ming's level, it was almost impossible for him to have hallucinations. He was 100% sure that the figure's finger did move just now. Could it be that this figure is still alive? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed across his mind. If the figure was still alive, perhaps he could learn some secrets of this place from him. As for rescuing the figure, sorry, Lu Ming didn't have that ability yet. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the figure in the cosmic black hole. After a while, the figure's finger twitched again. That's right, he was right. This person was definitely still alive. Lu Ming looked hopeful as he continued to watch. Next, the figure's finger twitched a few times in a row. Then his arm suddenly moved. Clang. The chains on his arm vibrated and came out of the black hole. Swish. After that, Lu Ming saw 2 dazzling rays of light emerge from the figure's messy hair. Those 2 rays of light were like divine swords that pierced through the darkness. It was dazzling. It came from the figure's eyes. So it's a little boy of the 9th godly emperor layer. A deep voice came from the person's mouth, and it was filled with disappointment. Clang. The figure's body shook, and the chains around him rattled. He raised his head and revealed his face. He was very young, around 20 years old. He was very handsome. His eyes were filled with divine light. It seemed like sword lights were flying out of his eyes, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. That person's voice can come out. Lu Ming was surprised. The cosmic black hole could swallow everything, even light. Of course, it could swallow sound. However, that person's voice could come out, as well as the sound of the chains. Lu Ming could only conclude that that person's cultivation level was too high. It was beyond common sense. My voice can't come out, whispered Lu Ming. His cultivation level wasn't that high. If he spoke, he would be swallowed by the cosmic black hole. Your voice can't come out, but I can hear it, whispered Lu Ming. The other person's voice came again. You can hear me? Lu Ming was delighted. He hastily cupped his fist and asked, Master, who are you? How come you're trapped here? Who am I? It's a long story. I'm curious though. You're just a tiny cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. How come you're here? No, wait. Suddenly, the other party seemed to have discovered the sound. There was an even more dazzling glow in his eyes. He stared intently at Lu Ming, as though he wanted to see through all of Lu Ming's secrets. Forbidden strength. You can control forbidden strength. You have a forbidden body? A shocked voice sounded from that figure's mouth. Lu Ming frowned and said, "How can you tell?" He was really surprised. Forbidden strength was difficult to see on the surface. When he was in the heavenly palace, even the Lord of Heaven hadn't been able to see through it. But the person in front of him was separated by a cosmic black hole. They were so far apart, and he was trapped. How could he see that he controlled forbidden strength? Ha, don't be surprised. I'm very familiar with forbidden strength, because my teacher has a forbidden body. How could I not see through it? Laughed the voice. What? Lu Ming was astonished. The other person's teacher had a forbidden body. Until now, Lu Ming only knew of 3 people with taboo bodies. One was Fei Huang. One was the leader of the ancient divine court. The other was Xian Yanqing's previous life, Tang Qing's father. Who was the other person's teacher? Was it one of them? Chapter 4258. Is your master Senior Fei Huang, the lord of the grand ancient divine court, or is his surname Tang? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Little guy, you know a lot at such a young age. To tell you the truth, my master's surname is Tang. The figure in the black hole said. His surname is really Tang. Is he really Xiao Qing's father in her previous life? Many thoughts emerged in Lu Ming's mind. If it was true, then he had met one of his own. Senior, do you know Tang Jun and Tang Qing? Lu Ming asked. Tang Jun and Tang Qing are my master's daughters and my junior sisters. How can I not know them? It's a pity that they died in the battle back then. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Their talent is much higher than mine. The man in the black hole sighed deeply and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Lu Ming and said, The 2 junior sisters have died countless years ago. How do you know their names? You said Senior Fei Huang just now. You know Senior Fei Huang. She told you, right? That Tang Qing and Tang Jun are not dead. They are still alive. Lu Ming said. Still alive? How is that possible? They died in the battle back then. How can they still be alive? Kid, don't try to lie to me. The man in the black hole said. They did die in their previous life, but they reincarnated. Lu Ming said. Ha, reincarnation? How is that possible? Who in the world can really reincarnate? No, did my master succeed? Yes, my master must have succeeded. The man in the black hole first muttered to himself, then laughed crazily. Senior, what I said is true. Tang Qing reincarnated as Xian Yanqing, and she is my wife, Lu Ming said. Your wife? The man in the black hole widened his eyes again. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. After a long while he guessed. You have a taboo body. You are worthy of junior sister. In that case, we are on the same side. I hope you didn't lie to me. Senior, I can swear that everything I said just now is true. Oh right, junior is Lu Ming. How should I address senior? Lu Ming said. Since the other party was Xian Yanqing's senior brother in his previous life, then they were on the same side. Lu Ming naturally had no need to hide his name. Back then, people called me the Third Demon Sword. You can call me the Third Demon Sword. The man in the black hole said. The Third Demon Sword? What a strange name. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. No, the 2 junior sisters are fine. This is great. I must go out and meet them. The Third Demon Sword muttered to himself. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body as he struggled with all his might. Clang! Clang! The chains began to shake violently, emitting violent vibrations. In the end, the Third Demon Sword couldn't break free. Damn it, my power has been sealed, and I'm far from my peak state. I can't get out at all. The Third Demon Sword roared. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have a taboo body and are the husband of my junior sisters. We are on the same side. You have to help me get out of this black hole. As long as you help me leave this black hole, I can take you out of here. Hearing the Third Demon Sword's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as the other party could escape, he could take him out of here. This made Lu Ming very tempted. However, he was immediately discouraged. The other party was in the universe's black hole. How could he help? Senior, you are in the universe's black hole. I can't help you at all. With my cultivation, once I step into the universe's black hole, I will be completely swallowed by the power of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming said, this is a problem. With your taboo power, you should be able to help me cut these chains, but you can't come in at all. The third demon sword frowned and thought. After a while, the third demon sword said, the main thing is that my power is too weak. If I can recover a part of my power, I can take you into the black hole. How can I help you recover a part of your power? I have some crystal stones here. I don't know if they can help. Lu Ming took out the crystal stones given to him by the Sky Heart clan. He had used half of them before, so there was still half left. It's useless. This energy is too weak. It won't be of much use to me. If you want to help me recover my power, there is only one way. At this point, the third demon sword stopped. What way? Lu Ming asked. I am a sword cultivator. Around this starry sky, there should be many floating corpses and even some broken magic weapons. Among them, there are some sword-type magic weapons that will be of great use to me. If you can get me a few sword-type magic weapons for me to absorb, my power will recover a lot. However, this world can also be called a prison. It is patrolled by experts from the Heavenly Palace. If you encounter them, it will be very dangerous. The third demon sword Dao. Broken magic weapons? Why haven't I seen them before? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had only seen corpses and not broken magic weapons. You came from that direction, right? There might not be any in that direction, but there should be in the opposite direction. If I remember correctly, there should be an ancient battlefield in that direction. There should be broken magic weapons floating there. The third demon sword explained. Okay, I'll get you some broken sword-type magic weapons. Lu Ming nodded, his eyes resolute. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to take this risk. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned here for the rest of his life. How could he be willing to accept that? Moreover, even if he encountered experts from the Heavenly Palace, they might not kill him. If they killed him, how could the Heavenly Palace obtain the forbidden power? Therefore, he decided to take action. After asking for directions, Lu Ming flew in that direction. Next, Lu Ming passed by at least a dozen black holes. However, there was no movement in them. They were all very quiet, and he did not know whether they were dead or alive. Lu Ming ignored them and continued forward. Finally, he saw a large number of objects floating in the starry sky ahead. Broken stars, dilapidated palaces, corpses of experts, and broken magic weapons. This place really did look like an ancient battlefield. Sword-type magic weapons. Lu Ming looked around and began to look for sword-type magic weapons. Got it. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a battle sword. Only half of the sword was left, but it was enormous. It floated there for millions of miles. It's so big. How can I take it away? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He flew over and tried to put it into his storage ring, but he failed. I can only push it over. I hope I won't be discovered. Lu Ming thought helplessly. This broken magic weapon must have been of a very high level before it was broken. Even now, it was still emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, too many years had passed, and Lu Ming could still bear the remaining fluctuations. Chapter 4259. Lu Ming placed his palms on the back of the broken divine weapon and pushed it with all his might. Fortunately, this was the void and there were no obstacles. It was not too difficult to push it. He just needed to avoid the black holes in the universe. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally pushed the broken battle sword to the side of the black hole, where the third demon sword was. Go! Lu Ming pushed with all his might, and the broken battle sword flew into the black hole. Buzz! When the broken battle sword flew into the black hole, it seemed to be under great pressure, and the sword began to vibrate. However, this battle sword was obviously of a very high level, and its material was extraordinary. It was incomparably hard and successfully blocked the suction force of the black hole. Soon, the broken battle sword was not far from the third demon sword. Whoosh! The third demon sword opened its mouth and inhaled. A powerful suction force was generated, and the broken battle sword flew quickly into its mouth. The sword that was originally 1,000,000 meters long quickly shrank and flew into the third demon sword's mouth and disappeared. The third demon sword's body swelled a little, but it disappeared immediately. A light flashed in its eyes and quickly disappeared. Not bad. This broken battle sword helped me recover a lot of strength. Unfortunately, it's not enough. If only I had 2 more of this type of battle sword. The third demon sword said. I'll continue to search. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to head toward the previous battlefield. Very soon he returned there. There were many broken divine weapons here. Many of them were incomparably huge and emitted terrifying fluctuations. If only Qiuqiu was here, it would be great. Unfortunately, I can't take most of them away. Let's see if I can take some of the smaller ones. Lu Ming pondered and then began to search. He picked a very small divine weapon and activated the storage ring. This time he successfully put away the broken divine weapon. This small one is really possible. I'll collect more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although this small divine weapon was not as extraordinary as the large ones, it was still not to be underestimated. It was definitely a rare treasure for Qiuqiu. In the end, Lu Ming collected over 100 small broken divine weapons before he stopped. Then, Lu Ming found an incomparably huge broken sword and continued to push it towards the black hole where the third demon sword was. Nothing unusual happened along the way. When he returned to the black hole, he repeated the same trick and pushed the broken sword towards the third demon sword. After swallowing the third devil sword, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield. As long as there was another broken sword of the same level, it would be enough. Lu Ming continued his search. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupil shrank, because he sensed that there was a light shadow rapidly flying towards them from afar. Someone was coming. Lu Ming's heart raced. Those who could move freely here were most likely from the Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, the battlefield he was in was filled with huge corpses, broken divine weapons, and dilapidated palaces. Compared to them, he was as small as a speck of dust. The other party probably hadn't discovered him yet. However, he had to find a way to hide. When the other party got closer, they might discover him. What should I do? Where should I hide? Lu Ming's mind raced, and then his eyes swept across a huge corpse. It was a huge creature like a lion, but it had no hair on its body, only scales. That's it. Lu Ming flew directly towards the lion-like creature, and then rushed into one of the scales. This kind of creature was too big, and a scale was incomparably huge, making it easy to hide. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming hid, he heard a roar. This is the sound of a dragon's roar. Is this the dragon clan? Why would there be a dragon clan here? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. The divine dragon clan was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace back then. Why would there be a dragon clan here? Could it be that they were also trapped here? And judging from the sound, the aura was extremely terrifying, as if it had reached the peak divine emperor realm. Lu Ming was very curious. He didn't dare to spread out his spiritual consciousness, but secretly stuck his head out to look. Outside, there was a war chariot. He could see a golden-haired middle-aged man sitting on the war chariot, obviously from the heavenly human clan. And in front of the war chariot, there were 9 divine dragons. These 9 divine dragons were used to pull the war chariot. Damn it! It seems that these 9 divine dragons were captured by the Heavenly Palace. They are all peak divine dragons, but they are used to pull the war chariot. What a great humiliation! Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he restrained his aura to the extreme. The war chariot was definitely very powerful, and was definitely a divine master. If he was discovered by the other party, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, the other party didn't care. He just glanced at him casually, and then drove the divine dragons away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming didn't dare to relax, and still hid in the scales waiting. After a full half an hour, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, Lu Ming still didn't take action, but continued to wait. There were indeed Heavenly Palace patrollers in this cage. More than an hour passed, and the Heavenly Palace patrollers didn't appear again. They should have gone far away. Lu Ming then began to move. He found a huge broken divine sword, and then pushed it in the direction of the third demon sword. Along the way, Lu Ming's spirit was highly tensed. It was fine when he didn't see the Heavenly Palace patrollers, but now that he saw them, Lu Ming was much more nervous, and he was constantly on guard, afraid that they would suddenly appear. Fortunately, Lu Ming managed to bring the broken divine sword to the third demon sword without any mishap. "Senior, I just saw the Heavenly Palace patrollers. We have to speed up," Lu Ming said, and then pushed the huge broken divine sword into the black hole. And the third demon sword swallowed it. After the third demon sword swallowed the broken divine sword, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from its body, and its eyes shone with a terrifying sword chi. "My strength has recovered a lot, and it's enough to bring you in. Lu Ming, fly over," the third demon sword said. "Okay." Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all, and directly rushed into the black hole. This made the third demon sword's eyes flash with a hint of admiration. One must know that rushing into a black hole was very dangerous. If one was careless, there was a risk of death. However, Lu Ming was very decisive, without the slightest hesitation. This showed that Lu Ming was a decisive person, and the third demon sword admired this kind of character. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the black hole, he felt a terrible suction force enveloping him, pulling him into the center of the black hole. At the same time, this force was very terrifying, as if it wanted to tear Lu Ming's body to pieces. Lu Ming found that with his current strength, in front of this suction force, he was very small and insignificant. However, in the next moment, a gentle force surged and enveloped him. Suddenly, the suction force outside was blocked by this gentle force. Chapter 4260. A gentle force blocked the suction force of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming was safe and sound as he flew toward the center of the universe. Soon, he reached the side of the third demon sword. He could see that the third demon sword was very handsome. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a demonic look in his eyes. His body was shackled by 8 pitch-black chains. One of them was in his body, while the other extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. The energy of these chains seems to be similar to the void energy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. When he got closer, he realized that these chains were also made of a kind of energy. It was very similar to the void energy, but many times more condensed. It looked like they were real. "You just need to cut off one of the chains, and I'll be able to escape. With your taboo energy, it shouldn't be difficult," the third demon sword said. "All right, I'll do it now," Lu Ming said. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to save the third demon sword as soon as possible. With the protection of the third demon sword, he did not have to worry about the suction force of the black hole. He stepped forward and formed a battle sword with his taboo energy. Then he slashed at one of the chains. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The chain vibrated, and a mark appeared on it. "It's so hard, but it's effective." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. The third demon sword's eyes also lit up. He had been trapped here for a long time. Now he finally saw hope of getting out. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming kept waving his sword and slashing at the chain. The chain kept vibrating and the mark became deeper and deeper, gradually sinking in. It seemed that it would not take long to cut it off. This was different from the chain that helped the Skyheart tribe refine the entrance. That kind of chain was very thick, and it needed to be completely refined, which took a lot of time. Although this kind of chain was very solid, it was not thick. Furthermore, he only needed to cut it off, not refine it. Therefore, the time needed was much shorter. Just as Lu Ming was slashing at the chains, a dragon's roar resounded from the battlefield where Lu Ming had collected the broken divine weapons. With a flash of light, 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot appeared. The person sitting on the war chariot was the heavenly human tribe expert that Lu Ming had seen before. At this moment, the heavenly human powerhouse frowned slightly. He scanned the battlefield and muttered, "I keep feeling that something is wrong. What exactly is wrong?" The celestial race stepped out, walked out of the war chariot, and began to patrol the nearby area. "No, it's broken divine weapons. There are fewer broken divine weapons." Suddenly, a low growl came from the heavenly human tribe powerhouse. This battlefield had existed for countless years. There were broken palaces, broken planets, corpses, and broken divine weapons everywhere. Therefore, the last time he came, he didn't pay much attention to it and left after a glance. However, after he left, he still felt that something was amiss. Thus, after walking around in a circle, he returned to this place and carefully observed it. Finally, he discovered something. Many broken divine weapons were missing. The broken divine weapons wouldn't run away on their own. Someone must have taken them away. There were only a few patrollers in this cage. He knew all of them very well. It couldn't have been them who took them away. Who exactly is it? Could it be that the existence in a black hole has escaped? But how is that possible? The heavenly human powerhouse pondered, but he couldn't figure it out. Spread the news first. I'll look around. No matter who it is, they won't have a good ending. The heavenly human powerhouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He sent a few messages through the illusory divine jade, then stepped out and landed on the war chariot. Let's go. The heavenly human powerhouse shouted. The 9 divine dragons roared, twisted their bodies, and flew into the distance. Clang, clang, clang in the black hole where the 3rd demon sword was. Lu Ming continued to slash with all his might. After his continuous slashes, the chain was finally about to be cut off. Only a thin layer was left. Soon, the 3rd demon sword was excited and expectant. How many years had it been trapped? He couldn't even count. It had been at least a few dozen stellar years. It was a torture to be trapped alone in a black hole that never saw the light of day for such a long distance. Not many people in the world could withstand such torture. Many people would go crazy, but he had withstood it. Now he finally saw hope. He was finally going to be free. Oh no! Suddenly, the 3rd demon sword's expression changed. He looked into the distance. He heard the roar of a dragon. Then 9 divine dragons flew over quickly with a war chariot. The patrollers have been discovered. Lu Ming, you have to work harder. Otherwise, both of us will die, the 3rd demon sword said. It's that guy. Lu Ming also noticed the patrollers. His face was very serious. He forced out all the power in his body and slashed at the chain. Clang, clang. The last layer of the chain was even thinner. It was about to break. The patrollers also noticed this scene. Shocking murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Do you want to die? Kill. The patrollers shouted. They stood on the war chariot, holding a sky halberd. The power of heaven burst out, and the halberd slashed at the black hole. Suddenly, an incomparably huge halberd condensed and slashed at the center of the black hole. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even through the black hole, Lu Ming could feel the horror of this attack. This person's combat strength is so strong. He's definitely not an ordinary divine master. His combat strength is probably close to the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming thought in his mind. The battle sword in his hand did not stop slashing at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge halberd slashed at them. However, this was a black hole. No matter how strong this person was, his attack was still affected by the black hole. The closer he was to Lu Ming, the weaker his attack became. Sword whistle. The 3rd demon sword shouted, and let out a long whistle. A black light spurted out of his mouth. This black light turned into a sword light. The sword light was shocking and flew out. Boom. The black sword light collided with the halberd, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the energy was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. The patroller's attack was blocked. The 3rd demon sword's body swayed, shaking the chains and making clanging sounds. Lu Ming, work harder. This guy's cultivation is limited. A part of his attack was swallowed by the black hole. I can barely block it. If 1 or 2 more people come, we'll be finished. The 3rd demon sword shouted. At the same time, he used all the power he could to resist. Unfortunately, he was sealed. He could only use a little of his power. In the face of such a situation, he was not very confident. I've already used all my strength. You have to hold on. Soon we'll succeed. Lu Ming shouted and continued to slash at the chains. Chapter 4261. You want to escape? Don't even think about it. 3rd demon sword. I didn't expect you to not give up after being locked up for so many years. Today I will kill you. The patroller shouted and continued to attack. Huge halberds condensed and slashed at the 3rd demon sword and Lu Ming. He did not dare to rush into the black hole. The black hole was too dangerous. Even if he rushed in with his strength, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, his strength would drop sharply. At that time, it would not be the third demon sword or Lu Ming who would die, but him. Only by attacking outside the black hole could he affect the third demon sword. Then, when the other helpers arrived, the third demon sword would be dead. Sword cry! Demon sword slays gods. The third demon sword roared. He could not move his hands and feet, but endless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into terrifying sword light, colliding with the patroller's attack. However, the third demon sword was having a hard time resisting. After all, he was sealed, and the power he could use was limited. After a long time, his strength would not be enough. Moreover, the third demon sword had to protect Lu Ming from being swallowed by the black hole. This also required a lot of power. His power was scattered, and he was even more vulnerable. At this moment, the gentle power that enveloped Lu Ming's body trembled. Lu Ming felt the suction force of the black hole seeping in bit by bit. His body felt like it was being cut by a knife. Soon. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Ignoring the pain, he crazily burst out with forbidden power and kept slashing. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a chain vibrating was heard. Broken. This chain was finally cut by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and the third demon sword was even more ecstatic. The seal is no longer complete. Watch me break the seal and kill everyone. Ha! The third demon sword laughed crazily like a demon. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from his body. Even the black hole in the universe trembled. Lu Ming did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black hole in the universe was somewhat distorted. Clang! Clang! The remaining 7 chains trembled violently, swaying and emitting unpleasant sounds. Outside the black hole, the patrolman's expression changed drastically. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was well aware of the third demon sword's strength. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the taboo's proudest disciples. Countless people from the heavenly palace had died at his hands during the Great War. If the third demon sword were to break free, he would be no match for the third demon sword. He would probably be killed by the third demon sword. However, he could not retreat at this moment. If he retreated, the heavenly palace would not let him off. Furthermore, the third demon sword was still trapped. He might still have a chance. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the black hole. This was also a member of the celestial race. He was middle-aged and had a head of golden hair. He wore a purple-gold battle armor and had an incomparably powerful aura. The patrolman from before was overjoyed. His helper had arrived. The third demon sword is about to break free. Let's go all out and kill him. The patrolman from before roared. Kill! The experts of the celestial race who came from behind shouted and directly attacked. Terrifying attacks shot towards the black hole. This person's combat strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was even stronger than the patrolman from before. Even among the divine masters, he was considered an expert. The patrolman from before also attacked with all his might. The combined power of the two experts was even more terrifying. However, the third demon sword's face revealed a ferocious expression. Terrifying sword light constantly rushed out from his body. These sword light converged into a huge demon sword and slashed horizontally. Bang! 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 The attacks of the two experts of the celestial race were directly split in half. They could not even get close to the third demon sword and Lu Ming. The gentle power on Lu Ming's body became even stronger. The power of the universe's black hole could no longer affect him in the slightest. Break for me! The third demon sword roared. He waved his arms and shook his legs. His entire body twisted like a divine dragon. Bang! 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 The remaining 7 chains constantly vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. However, the 8 chains were a single entity. The power of the seal combined with the power of the black hole formed a complete seal. Now that one of the chains was broken, it was no longer complete. The sealing power was much weaker than before. Under the third demon sword struggle, the 7 chains shook violently. Crack! In the next moment, a cracking sound could be heard from the chains as cracks began to appear on them. Outside the black hole, the expressions of the two experts of the celestial race changed drastically. The third demon sword was about to break free. This is not good. If this continues, we are no match for him. This matter is no longer something we can solve. We have to inform Lord Heavenly Master. The patrolman from before said, I have already informed Lord Heavenly Master before I came. Let's hold on for a while. When Lord Heavenly Master arrives, the matter will naturally be resolved. The burly man from the celestial race in purple and gold armor behind him said, That's good. Kill. The patrolman from before shouted, and continued to attack. An existence of the third demon sword's level was no longer something they could deal with. The only thing they could do now was to delay the third demon sword as much as possible before he broke free. Once Lord Heavenly Master arrived, the third demon sword would not be able to cause any trouble. However, the third demon sword's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he had turned into a peerless demon sword. Every move and every part of his body had terrifying sword light rushing out. A casual attack could block the attacks of the two experts of the celestial race. And he used even more strength to break free from the seal. What powerful strength! What cultivation level is the third demon sword at? It seems to be comparable to the patriarch of the celestial race who attacked the primordial divine lake. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The patriarch of the celestial race who captured him back then was earth-shattering and had left a deep impression on him. The third demon sword gave him the feeling that he was no weaker than the patriarch of the celestial race. And he was only Xian Yanqing's senior brother in his previous life. Then how strong was the taboo of Xian Yanqing's father in his previous life? Crack. Crack. More and more cracks appeared on the chains. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang! In the next moment, one of the chains with the most cracks finally could not bear it, and exploded with a bang. Boom. As the chain exploded, the third demon sword's aura became even stronger. It rushed out like a volcanic eruption. The chains could not bear it anymore. Bang. 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 The remaining 6 chains exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the chains had exploded. The third demon sword had broken free. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light rushed out from his body, as if it was going to split the black hole open, causing the black hole to constantly distort. Oh no, he has broken free. Run. The patrolman's expression changed drastically. He turned around and tried to escape. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice came from the third demon sword's mouth. Chapter 4262. At this moment, the third demon sword's long hair was dancing in the wind. He was like a peerless beast that had just been released from its cage. He waved his hand and took Lu Ming with him. He took a step forward and broke through the suction force of the black hole. Kill. Immediately afterward, he slashed at the void with his bare hands. 2 terrifying sword gleams slashed toward the 2 heavenly human powerhouses at an incredible speed. Anyway, given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see it clearly at all. Oh no! The 2 heavenly human powerhouses' faces changed. They realized that they had been locked on, and could not escape. They could only fight with all their might. The 2 heavenly human powerhouses unleashed their full strength. They pushed their combat strength to the limit, and attacked with their strongest attack. At the same time, they set up layers of defense on their bodies. There were at least 100 layers of defense, hoping to block the attack of the third demon sword. However, when the sword light of the third demon sword slashed down, their attacks and defenses were completely vulnerable. Puff. Puff. With a flash of sword light, the 2 heavenly human experts were split into 2 halves from the center of their eyebrows. Their eyes were still wide open, revealing a look of disbelief and unwillingness. However, their life auras had already disappeared without a trace. They were dead. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The 2 experts of the heavenly human tribe were genuine divine master realm existences. Moreover, they were top experts in the divine master realm. Even if they were compared to the Lord of Heaven, they were not much weaker. However, in front of the third demon sword, they were as weak as babies. They were easily killed by the sword. Was this the strength of the third demon sword? It had definitely surpassed the divine master realm. Let's go. We need to find a weak point in the space and break through it to get out. The third demon sword said. Senior, let's take the 9 divine dragons with us. Lu Ming said. The Divine Dragon clan was already very weak. The 9 divine dragons were all peak emperor gods. If they were brought back to the Dragon clan's mother planet, the Dragon clan's strength would increase by a lot. Lu Ming had an affinity with dragons. He had a special feeling for the dragon race. If he could save them, he would do his best to save them. These 9 divine dragons have all reached the peak of the God Emperor realm. Furthermore, they have been honing themselves for many years. The chances of them becoming divine masters are pretty high. Bringing them out will also increase our strength. The 3rd demon sword nodded and waved his hand. Several sword lights flew out and slashed at the 9 dragons. The bindings on their bodies were broken, and the 9 dragons regained their freedom. Once the 9 dragons regained their freedom, their bodies shrank and returned to the 3rd demon sword side. They turned into 9 middle-aged men and bowed to the 3rd demon sword. Thank you, 3rd Origin Venerate, for saving us. You're welcome. I was very familiar with Ao Qian of your dragon clan back then. We're all family. The 3rd Devil Sword Dao. Senior, there's one more thing. The people from the Sky Heart race are trapped in the heavenly prison. Should we bring them along? Lu Ming asked. No, we're still in danger. If the heavenly venerates from the heavenly palace come, we won't be able to escape. We can't bring more people with us. Let's go first. The 3rd demon sword shook his head and waved his hand. He brought Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons with him and broke through space. The 3rd demon sword's speed was too fast. In a few flashes, a large number of black holes flashed past. In the next moment, they arrived in a part of the starry sky. The 3rd demon sword's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. The space here is relatively weak. I'm going to break the space here. The 3rd demon sword attacked before he could finish his sentence. He stretched out a palm and clenched it in the void. Suddenly, the boundless energy in the surrounding area gathered in the 3rd demon sword's hand and turned into a pitch-black demon sword. Whoosh! The 3rd devil sword slashed out, causing the space in front of it to vibrate violently. The space trembled like water waves. The space here is really terrifying. No wonder it can be used as a prison for divine masters. Even those above the divine master realm are imprisoned here. It's unbelievably stable. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In the primitive universe, with his cultivation, he could easily break open the space. However, with the 3rd demon sword's cultivation, it was actually so difficult for him to break open the space here. This was the weakest point of the space, but the 3rd demon sword's attack only caused ripples in the space. This showed how stable the space here was. Given the strength of the 3rd demon sword, if it were in the primitive universe, it could easily cut a star river into 2. It could even cut several star rivers and destroy countless stars. Break! The 3rd demon sword shouted. His body surged with terrifying fluctuations. More sword lights formed and slashed at the void in front of him. The vibrations in the void ahead became even more intense, and the number of ripples increased as well. Slowly, a crack began to appear. Soon. At this rate, the space here would soon be completely connected and they would be able to leave. However, at this moment, the 3rd demon sword's expression suddenly changed. He did not continue to attack the void in front of him. Instead, he suddenly turned around and slashed at the void in the distance. At this moment, a golden long spear suddenly appeared in the void and pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. However, the sword gleam of the 3rd demon sword slashed out and slashed toward the long spear. Clang! With an earth-shattering boom, the long spear flew out and was caught by an old man. It was an elder from the heavenly human tribe. His hair was a little dry, but his body was still burly. He was not the heavenly human tribe ancestor that Lu Ming had met last time. This one was much younger. He was wearing a long golden robe, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Heavenly Master, the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Palace. A divine dragon at the peak of the divine emperor realm exclaimed, his face pale. Heavenly Master, is that a title? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Overgods, heavenly masters, and source venerables. The titles he had heard seemed to be for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. Lu Ming guessed that these titles were just titles for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. They were not the names of realms. 3rd demon sword, I did not expect you to be able to break out of the seal. This is really beyond my expectations. I originally wanted to suppress you to death and let you die in regret, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." The Heavenly Master held the spear in his hand and stepped on the air. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons felt that it was difficult to breathe. Moreover, the third demon sword had blocked most of the aura for them. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes under this aura. "I'm afraid you can't kill me alone," the third demon sword said coldly. The third demon sword said coldly. His aura continued to rise, and he seemed to have turned into a peerless demon sword. Chapter 4263. The third demon sword revealed its sharpness as if it had transformed into a peerless demon sword. Bang! The third demon sword took a step forward. The void beneath his feet shook violently as countless sword chi filled the air. At the same time, a huge sword condensed in his palm and slashed down at the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Venerate. The sword instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void, and slashed at the Heavenly Venerate. "Heavenly annihilation," the Heavenly Venerate said coldly. The long spear in his hand continued to spin like a drill. A wisp of gray energy burst out from the center of the long spear. As the long spear spun, the gray energy expanded rapidly. It rushed toward the third demon sword like a gray fog. The gray fog-like energy was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be corroded. Boom! The third demon sword's attack collided with the Heavenly Venerate's attack. The sword light from the third demon sword vibrated continuously as traces of corrosion appeared on its surface. In the end, the sword light exploded with a loud bang. The gray fog was one of the 4 strongest heavenly powers of the heavenly human tribe, the Heavenly Annihilation Energy. The Heavenly Annihilation Energy was said to be able to obliterate everything. It was filled with destructive power, and was extremely terrifying. However, the Heavenly Venerate's Heavenly Annihilation Energy was also blocked by the third demon sword. The two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. "Third demon sword, your strength is only SOSO. Let's see how many of my moves you can block." Heavenly Annihilation, Heavenly Punishment. The Heavenly Venerate roared. He held the long spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. This time, the Heavenly Annihilation energy was more condensed. It condensed into a spear light and pierced toward the third demon sword. In addition, his left hand burst out white lightning, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This was the Heavenly Punishment energy. The Heavenly Venerate used 2 types of heavenly powers at the same time to launch a terrifying attack on the third demon sword. If my strength was not at its peak, I would definitely kill an old fellow like you. It's not like I haven't killed you before," the third demon sword said coldly. However, his expression was very solemn. As he had said, he had been sealed for so many years. Although he had swallowed a few broken swords brought by Lu Ming, his strength had not recovered to its peak. This Heavenly Venerate was extremely powerful, and he had no choice but to focus. He no longer cared about breaking through the void to escape. The third demon sword raised its strength to the limit. Sword light flashed as it shot towards the Empyrean. The 2 strongest powerhouses began a battle of the peak. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in that area. The 2 of them continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many moves they had exchanged. The Heavenly Venerates venerate. The spatial crack that had been torn open by the third devil sword had automatically healed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. Heavenly God. If the Heavenly God won. Lu Ming had just thought of this when he saw a few rainbow lights flying toward him at high speed from afar. Heavenly God of. There were a total of 3 figures. All of them were Heavenly Venerate. The Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Venerate had arrived. They had most likely set off with the Heavenly Venerate. However, the Heavenly Venerate was too fast and had arrived first. The Heavenly Venerate had only just arrived. "All of you attack. Kill the 9 divine dragons and that boy." The Heavenly Venerate's voice rang out. Yes. The Heavenly Venerate took the order, and charged at Lu Ming and the others. "Don't even think about it." The third demon sword was shocked. He attacked with all his might, wanting to help. However, The heavenly venerate would not let him do as he wished. You should be careful of yourself. The heavenly venerate said coldly. The heavenly punishment and heavenly extermination powers were activated to a terrifying extent. They bombarded the third demon sword, preventing him from attacking. The third demon sword was not at his peak. He was slightly weaker than the heavenly venerate. If he attacked the heavenly venerate would definitely take the opportunity to severely injure him. Once he was injured, they would be in even more danger. He has the forbidden body Lu Ming. If you kill him, you won't be able to get the forbidden power. The third demon sword roared. He had no other choice. Lu Ming was his junior sister's reincarnated husband. He could not watch as Lu Ming was killed. If Lu Ming was killed, his junior sister would not let him off. That was why he had shouted that Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He knew that the forbidden power was very important to the heavenly palace. If these people knew that Lu Ming had the forbidden body, they would not kill Lu Ming. At least, they would not kill Lu Ming for the time being. Sure enough, the heavenly venerate and the heavenly venerate were shocked when they heard the third demon sword's words. Forbidden body? Lu Ming? Isn't Lu Ming on the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I only know that the other forbidden body, Mu Yun, has been captured by our clan and locked in the heavenly prison. This person is not Lu Ming, it's Mu Yun. The heavenly venerate discussed quickly. For a moment, they were confused. I know. Mu Yun is Lu Ming, and Lu Ming is Mu Yun. I was wondering how there could be so much forbidden power. Now it seems that we have been deceived. The heavenly venerate said coldly. After all, he had lived for countless years. He was cunning and meticulous. In an instant he had deduced many things. Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Originally, the heavenly palace thought that Mu Yun and Lu Ming were two different people. The third demon sword's roar was tantamount to exposing his identity. However, he was now on the opposite side of the heavenly palace. It was a situation where he would fight to the death. Moreover, Autumn Moon had left the heavenly palace. Even if he was exposed, it did not matter. He had used the alias Mu Yun because he wanted to sneak into the heavenly palace. Now there was no need. Moreover, now was not the time to worry about the name. The three heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace were about to arrive. Fight to the death. The 9 divine dragons shouted. Their faces were filled with determination. They had been enslaved for dozens of stellar years. Their hearts were filled with endless anger. Compared to being enslaved, they would rather die in battle. However, in the past, they could not die even if they wanted to. At this moment, they were fearless. They planned to fight to the death with the heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace. Seniors of the Dragon Clan. Why do you need to make such a pointless sacrifice? I have a way to deal with them. All of you, back off and stay away from me. Lu Ming shouted. Then he rushed forward toward the 3 heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace. The 9 divine dragons were stunned. Not to mention them, even the third demon sword and the Empyrean were taken aback. Lu Ming had taken the initiative to rush toward the 3 heavenly venerate masters. Was he not walking into a trap? Could it be that he still had some trump cards in his hands? The 2 heavenly venerate masters thought of this. Forbidden body Lu Ming suppress him. One of the heavenly venerate masters shouted coldly. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. Chapter 4264. One of the divine masters attacked and a huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. The palm covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. It contained terrifying power. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the Godtharch realm, he would not be able to escape, let alone Lu Ming who was only at the Divine Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming did not intend to use his cultivation to resist. He took out the purple copper coffin. Now he could only rely on the purple copper coffin. After taking out the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming pushed the coffin lid without hesitation. Kacha. The coffin lid was pushed open, and there was a gap. A terrifying aura was emitted from the gap. Kacha. Lu Ming continued to push with all his might. The gap in the coffin lid widened, and the horrifying aura became even more terrifying. Even the divine masters felt their hair stand on end, and they felt a chill in their hearts. What is this? One of the divine masters asked in a grave voice. Who cares what it is? He is only at the Divine Emperor realm. What could he have? Suppress him. The Divine Master who had attacked earlier shouted, and continued to attack. The huge palm continued to grab at Lu Ming. Roar. At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the purple copper coffin. It was filled with an ancient aura and was extremely violent. Then, a palm stretched out from the purple copper coffin. It was a palm covered with scales. It grabbed one side of the purple copper coffin and pushed with all its might. The gap became bigger. Roar. The violent roar was heard again. The palm covered with scales stretched out and quickly became bigger. It grabbed at the Divine Master's palm. With a loud bang, the palm formed by the Divine Master shattered. The palm covered with scales did not stop and continued to grab at the Divine Master. This aura, it is the primordial Divine Spirit. The Divine Master exclaimed. He quickly took out a combat sword and gathered all his strength into it. He slashed out with all his might. The other two Divine Masters also attacked with all their might. 3 terrifying attacks slashed at the palm covered with scales and collided violently with the palm. Boom. Boom. With 3 consecutive explosions, the scale-covered palm was blocked. It quickly shrank and retreated. However, the attacks of the 3 Divine Masters were all destroyed, and their bodies were forced to retreat. In an instant, they had retreated hundreds of millions of miles. Their faces were pale, and blood spurted from their mouths. They had all suffered heavy injuries. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the 9 Peak Emperor God Divine Dragons, they were dumbfounded. What was the purple copper coffin that Lu Ming took out? A palm could actually reach out from inside, and it was extremely powerful. It could severely injure 3 Divine Master Realm experts with a single move. Just then, the strong cultivator from the Heavenly Palace had shouted that it was a primitive godly spirit. Could it be that there was a primitive godly spirit sleeping in the copper coffin? Roar. At that moment, another roar came from within the purple copper coffin. This time, 2 arms stretched out from within the purple copper coffin. One arm grabbed the lid of the coffin, while the other grabbed the body of the coffin. With a push, the distance between the lid and the body of the coffin increased. Then, a figure stepped out of the purple copper coffin. This is... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen a living being step out of a purple copper coffin. In the past, it had only stretched out one arm. This living being was covered in scales and had a burly body. As soon as it stepped out of the purple copper coffin, it rapidly grew in size. In the end, it turned into an incomparably huge figure that stood between the heavens and the earth. It was even bigger than the stars. A primitive godly spirit. The creature that had walked out of the purple copper coffin was clearly a primitive godly spirit. This primitive godly spirit's aura was too strong. It was as vast as an abyss and unfathomable. Just its aura alone was enough to make the void tremble. Its 2 eyes scanned the 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace. The 3 Heavenly Palace Divine Masters trembled. This is a Master God level primitive godly spirit? It can't be wrong. It really is a Master God level primitive godly spirit. Oh no, run! The 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace screamed in horror and frantically retreated. Judging by its aura, it was clearly a Master God level primitive godly spirit. This level of being was extremely terrifying. It was the true pinnacle of the primitive universe. It was at the same level as the Celestial Masters from the Heavenly Palace. This kind of being was not something they could deal with. If it used its full strength, it could kill them with a slap. In the face of such a being, they could only run. However, the primitive godly spirit that had walked out of the purple copper coffin had already made his move. He took a step forward and his huge body quickly approached the 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace. He slapped down. Rumble. A terrifying force surged toward the 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace. There was no other technique. There was only an extremely powerful and violent force. Extreme force. In the face of this force, the 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace had nowhere to run. No help. Celestial Master, help. Celestial Master, save us. The 3 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace cried for help in horror. However, at this moment, the 3rd demon sword had used its full strength to block the Celestial Master. Even if he wanted to save them, it was too late. Bang! 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 No matter how the three divine masters of the heavenly palace tried to resist, it was to no avail. When this force pressed down on them, their bodies exploded and their souls were annihilated. The three powerful divine masters were killed in an instant. Damn it! The celestial master roared. Kill! After killing the three divine masters, the primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin roared angrily. He glanced at the heavenly palace's celestial master with a strong murderous intent. Then the primitive godly spirit charged toward the celestial master. His huge fist was like a star as it blasted toward the heavenly palace's celestial master. The powerful force made the celestial master's face turn serious. He thrust out his long spear, and a heavenly extermination force pierced toward the primitive godly spirit. The two of them collided. Kill! 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 The primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin kept shouting. His murderous intent surged as he stepped forward and attacked the celestial master. His two fists punched out consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. There was a silk thread at the back of the primitive godly spirit's head. The other end of the silk thread was connected to the purple copper coffin. This made Lu Ming very surprised. Why was the primitive godly spirit connected to a silk thread? It looked strange, as if it was being controlled by someone. At this moment, the primitive godly spirit was fighting with the celestial master. The third demon sword quickly retreated to Lu Ming's side. It did not join forces with the primitive godly spirit to fight the celestial master. The heavenly palace's celestial master was not easy to kill. Moreover, it was not the time to kill him. The first thing they needed to do was to leave this place. If they were delayed because of the battle with the celestial master, more experts from the heavenly palace would come, and it would be more troublesome. Chapter 4265. Buzz. Dazzling sword light burst out from the third demon sword's hand as it continued to slash at the void, opening up the passage again. The battle between the primitive divine spirit and the celestial master of the heavenly palace was extremely intense. There was no doubt that this primitive divine spirit was at the level of a master god, which was at the same level as the celestial master of the heavenly palace. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Even if the other side wanted to stop the third demon sword, it could not do so. In this way, the third demon sword could attack with all its might, concentrating on breaking the void. Streaks of terrifying sword light slashed out continuously, causing the void to ripple like water. Soon, a new crack was slashed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crack was expanding. A few minutes later, the crack had become extremely large. Fortunately, no other experts from the heavenly palace came during this process. Break for me! The third demon sword roared as it slashed out a shocking sword light. The sword light slashed at the crack. The crack was quickly split open and penetrated. Wisps of starlight filled the air. A familiar aura also came through. It was the aura of the universe. It was broken. The third demon sword finally tore the void at this weak point of the space and opened up a passage. Outside was the primitive universe. Let's go! The third demon sword waved its hand and rushed toward the crack with Lu Ming and the 9 deities. The next moment, they appeared in the universe. That's right. Lu Ming took a deep breath. He had finally returned to the primitive universe. Due to Lu Ming's movement, he dragged the purple copper coffin. At the back of the primordial god's head, there was a silk thread that was connected to the purple copper coffin. At this moment, it was pulling the primordial god. The primordial god could not help but retreat continuously, being pulled in the direction of Lu Ming and the rest. Roar! The primitive divine spirit let out an unwilling roar. Its body rapidly shrank and finally turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the purple copper coffin and disappearing. With a clang, the lid of the purple copper coffin was closed again. The terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Don't even think about leaving. The celestial venerables from the heavenly palace shouted and rushed over. They wanted to rush through the spatial rift and continue to attack Lu Ming and the others. However, how could the third demon sword allow him to succeed? Whoosh! The third demon sword slashed out a shocking sword light. It passed through the crack and slashed towards the Empyrean. The Empyrean had no choice but to stop and block. As for the crack, it was rapidly recovering. The space here was extremely stable and difficult to break. Once it was broken, the recovery speed was astonishing. It was far from comparable to the ordinary space of the primitive universe. The third demon sword continued to attack, blocking the heavenly palace on the other side. The crack was quickly mending and shrinking. In less than half a minute, the crack had completely disappeared. Damn it, damn it! The celestial lord in the heavenly palace roared. Even though he had lived for countless years, he was still incomparably irritable. This time, not only had the third demon sword escaped, but the forbidden body had also escaped. Both of these were very important. The third demon sword was very powerful. At its peak, it could kill existences of the same level. The forbidden body was even more important. Once it grew up, it would be a great enemy of the heavenly palace. Another reason was that it was even more disadvantageous for the heavenly palace. However, both of them had managed to escape right under his nose. Also, what exactly is that copper coffin? It is definitely not as simple as a primitive divine spirit. There is a familiar aura in it. The celestial lord in the heavenly palace fell into deep thought. His face became more and more solemn. He did not continue to pursue. Instead, he left in a flash and went to discuss with the other experts in the heavenly palace. On the other side, the third demon sword did not stop. It took Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons and flew quickly in a direction. Everyone from the Sky Heart clan, I am sorry this time. However, I swear that one day, I will open the heavenly palace's celestial prison and let you out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the celestial prison and swore in his heart. Due to the special situation this time, they could only leave first. However, he would remember the kindness of the Sky Heart clan. In the future, he would try his best to find a way to save the people of the Sky Heart clan. Senior, where are we going next? After adjusting his mood, Lu Ming asked the third demon sword. Don't call me senior. Since you are junior sister's husband, we are of the same generation. You can call me third senior brother. The third demon sword path. Third senior brother. Lu Ming added. Now, I will take you to the cosmic ruins. Other than there, no other place is safe. The third demon sword path. Cosmic ruins? What is that place? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was not the first time he had heard of this name. Previously, Fei Huang and Ao Qian took the primordial divine lake and the dragon clan's mother planet to the cosmic ruins. Therefore, he was very curious about the cosmic ruins. You should know from the name that it is a ruin. However, it is not a ruin left behind by this era. It is a ruin left behind by the previous era, the third demon sword said. Previous era? What do you mean? The more Lu Ming listened, the more puzzled he became. The word era involved a lot of things. Lu Ming couldn't understand it. Everything in this world will change and have a lifespan. No matter how strong one's cultivation base is, there will be a day when they will fall. Even the primitive universe will wither and end one day. The primitive universe we are in now has withered and ended once. It experienced destruction and was born again. This is called an era. The era before the destruction is called the previous era. The current primitive universe is the new era. The cosmic ruins are the ruins left behind by the previous era. The third demon sword explained. What? Lu Ming gawked and tongue-tied. The time and era involved in this matter were simply too long ago. The primitive universe had 2 eras. One was the incipient God era, and the other was the heavenly palace era. The incipient God era was formed after the universe was created. Apparently, the previous era was much older and more ancient than the incipient God era. According to the information we have, the area of the universe in the previous era was much bigger than the current primitive universe. However, no one knows why, but at the end of the previous era, it experienced a world-destroying war. That world was blown up, heading toward the end of the world. All the creatures were killed and disappeared. Then, after a new evolution, it evolved into the current untainted universe. However, only a part of it has evolved into the current untainted universe. A larger part of it is still in ruins. There, you can still feel the traces left by the destructive war of the last era. The third demon sword explained. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were bewildered. It was the first time they had heard about this. It seemed like this world had many secrets that they didn't know. Chapter 4266. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. In just a short while he had already led Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons across an unknown number of galaxies. They were already far away from the Heavenly Palace's prison. At this time, even if the other party wanted to pursue them, they would not be able to find them. At this time, the third demon sword stopped with Lu Ming. Look. After stopping, the third demon sword waved his hand and a 3-dimensional picture appeared in the void. In a corner of this picture, there were specks of starlight that looked very dazzling. Apart from this corner, the other areas were all gray and hazy. It could be seen that the places with starlight only occupied about 1% of the volume. The gray areas occupied 99% of the volume. This is the map of the current primitive universe and the universe ruins. The places with starlight are the current primitive universe, and the gray areas are the universe ruins. The third demon sword said. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were dumbfounded. The universe ruins are so big? Lu Ming asked tongue-tied. Yes, in fact, the universe ruins and the current primitive universe are the total area of the entire universe. The current primitive universe only occupies 1% of the area. The other 99% are all universe ruins. That is to say, the universe of the last era was truly vast and boundless. It was 100 times larger than the current untainted universe. According to the information we have now, the universe of the last era did not use planets as a unit of measurement like the present one. At that time, there was only one continent in the entire universe, and it was called the Great Desolation Continent. It was a huge and boundless continent, and there were countless creatures living on it. Later on, there was a world-shaking war, and the vast and boundless continent was destroyed, turning into countless small continents that drifted to various places in the universe. Some of the continents evolved into different planets and gave birth to a new era, which is the current primitive universe. But most of the territories did not evolve. They still maintain the appearance of the last era, which is the current universe ruins. The third demon sword continued to explain. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were completely dumbfounded. The amount of information was so huge that it subverted their worldview. They needed time to digest it slowly. In the universe of the previous epoch, there was only one continent called the prehistoric continent. Then the prehistoric continent was blown apart and turned into fragments. A small portion of the fragments evolved into planets, which were the current prehistoric universe. The countless planets in the primitive universe were actually evolved from some of the fragments of the primitive continent. And it only occupied 1% of the total area. How big was the primitive continent of the last era? It was beyond the limit of their imagination. After a long while, Lu Ming and the other divine dragons reacted. According to the exploration of the predecessors, the last era was the real golden age of cultivation. There were countless experts like the sand of the Ganges. Naturally, there were also countless treasures left behind, which attracted countless top experts to explore. Of course, the universe ruins are also very dangerous. I won't tell you the details. You can understand it in detail when you arrive at the universe ruins. Let's continue our journey. After saying that, the third demon sword waved his hand again. A wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons, and took them to continue flying towards the universe ruins. By the way, Lu Ming, the copper coffin you took out before seemed to be very extraordinary. I couldn't see through it. How did you get it? The third demon sword asked as they flew. He was very curious about the copper coffin. I got it in an ancient place. I don't know its origin. I guess it's the coffin of a primitive divine spirit. The one who attacked us before? Lu Ming said. No. The third demon sword shook his head and said, I don't think it's that simple. You should have noticed that there was a thread behind the primitive divine spirit. It seemed to be controlled. It's very strange. The third demon sword frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while he said, in short, I feel that this copper coffin is very extraordinary. I can't see through it. You have to keep it well. It may be of great use in the future. Oh, Lu Ming nodded. Of course he would keep the purple copper coffin. Ever since he obtained the purple copper coffin, it had saved his life many times. Of course he would keep it well. Lu Ming, tell me about you and Junior Sister. Where did she reincarnate to? How did you meet? Junior Sister used to be very arrogant. How did she fall in love with you? If you don't want others to hear, you can send me a message. The third demon sword changed the topic from the copper coffin to Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. The word gossip was written in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming told the story of him and Xian Yinqing. The third demon sword was filled with emotion. He said that Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were young, but they had experienced a lot. According to what you said, I guess Junior Sister should be cultivating in the ruins of the universe. There are some unique cultivation conditions in the ruins of the universe, and her progress will be very fast. The third demon sword path. So, we can go to the ruins of the universe and see Shaoqing? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the information about Xian Yinqing that he couldn't find would come from the mouth of the third demon sword. I'm not sure. I can only say that it's very likely. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. The third demon sword path. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. As time passed, the third demon sword seemed to be slowly recovering, becoming stronger and faster. 2 days later, they had crossed an unknown number of galaxies and star fields. Gradually, the starry sky became desolate. Previously, they could see a planet with a casual flight. Later, they often flew a long distance and couldn't see a planet. Later, it was simply pitch black. There was nothing. There were no life planets, resource planets, or even stars. The void fell into darkness. The third demon sword told them that they had reached the edge of the current primitive universe. After a while, they would reach the ruins of the universe. Sure enough, not long after, the void lit up again. Then Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons opened their eyes. They saw several huge continents floating in the void. These continents were very vast, no smaller than a life planet. Moreover, the continents themselves were emitting traces of light. Chapter 42-67. The light they saw was emitted by these continents. They flew closer and saw that the continents were barren. There seemed to be no living creatures. Apart from a few special life forms, there are almost no other life forms in the entire universe ruins. Moreover, there are no planets in the universe ruins. There are only fragments of continents. These few fragments are still considered small. Some of them are boundless, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than this. Let's continue moving forward. Our people are still deeper in the third demon sword path. Third senior brother, who do you mean by our people? Lu Ming asked. The 9 divine dragons were also curious. However, the 9 divine dragons were only at the celestial Varch realm. In front of the third demon sword, they were juniors among juniors. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to ask. Now that Lu Ming asked them, they immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Now the Heavenly Palace has occupied the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the ruler of the primitive universe. Our people naturally refers to those who oppose the Heavenly Palace and fight against the Heavenly Palace. We call ourselves the Heaven Destroyer. Back then, we were defeated. We were no match for the Heavenly Palace, so we retreated to this place and used its geographical location as a defense. The third demon sword path. They did not stop. They chatted as they flew. They could see continents passing by them one after another. Lu Ming also found that the void here was filled with a special energy. This energy gave off a very ancient feeling. It was different from divine qi, but it could also be absorbed and refined. However, it was not as easy to refine as divine qi. It would take more time. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. We're almost there. The third demon sword's eyes lit up. He was obviously very excited. He had been suppressed by the Heavenly Palace for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years. Now that he was finally back, it would be strange if he was not excited. Lu Ming also looked ahead. There were many continents floating in the void in front of them. At a glance, there were no less than 100 continents. The area of each continent was not smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. Some of them were even larger. These continents were not arranged randomly. They seemed to be arranged according to a certain rule. Moreover, There was an incomparably huge ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were so huge that they extended into the void like the world tree. They could be seen even from afar. There was an ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were emitting green light and resonating with each other to form a huge array. Is Xiaoqing here? Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. Ever since Xian Yanqing left, they hadn't seen each other for many years. He had been working on his cultivation, and he had been wanting to see Xian Yanqing. Were they finally going to see each other? No, our people are not in this place but in several places. This way, we can take care of each other and avoid the situation of being wiped out by the Heavenly Palace. The Tang family's forces are still deeper in the universe ruins. Third Demon Sword explained. Oh, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't wait. But the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. This was because in another direction he actually saw a planet, an incomparably huge planet. There were no planets in the universe ruins. How could there be a planet here? It was many times bigger than ordinary planets. This is the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. Yes, he was too familiar with the aura of this planet. It was the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming didn't expect to see the dragon's mother planet here. Immediately, he saw another strange thing near the dragon clan's home planet. Yes, it looked like a ball from afar. A hazy light shroud enveloped the entire world. That was the primordial divine lake world. The dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world. Lu Ming smiled. Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that they would push the dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world to the universe ruins. Third senior brother, let's set off later. I'm going to meet some acquaintances. Lu Ming said. Although he wanted to see Xian Yanqing immediately, Mid-Autumn Moon, Pantheon, and his past self were all in the primordial divine lake world. They were in seclusion. If they knew that he was captured by the Heavenly Palace after coming out, how worried would they be? So it wouldn't be too late to meet Xian Yanqing after seeing Mid-Autumn Moon and the others. Well, I also have some acquaintances here. It won't be too late to set off in a few days. Are you going back to the dragon's mother planet? The third demon sword nodded. The last sentence was directed at the 9 divine dragons. At this moment, the 9 divine dragons' eyes were completely fixed on the dragon's mother planet. At this moment, the eyes of the 9-peak Emperor God divine dragons were brimming with tears. Their bodies were trembling slightly due to excitement. The dragon's mother planet was their hometown. They had been enslaved by the Heavenly Palace for dozens of stellar years. Now they finally saw their hometown. Senior, we're going back to the dragon's mother planet. One of the divine dragons nodded. Go. The third demon sword waved his hand. Immediately, the 9 divine dragons thanked the third demon sword and flew toward the dragon's mother planet. When they flew into the dragon race's mother planet, they disappeared. The 10,000 dragons seal outside the dragon race's mother planet did not stop them. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. With the addition of 9 divine dragons at the peak of the God Emperor realm, the dragon clan's strength would recover even faster. Lu Ming, go. I'm going to meet an old friend. The third demon sword stepped out and flew toward the group of continents. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew toward the primordial divine lake world. The primordial divine lake world was shrouded in a light shield. This was the world wall. But now several parts of the world wall were open. Lu Ming flew over. There were people guarding the door, but he could see people coming and going. Some people flew in and some flew out. Lu Ming guessed that the living beings of the primordial divine lake world and the group of continents should be interacting with each other. Lu Ming flew over and entered the primordial divine lake without any inspection. After all, the people of the Heavenly Palace could not mix in here. And the people here were his own people. I wonder if Autumn Moon and the others have come out of seclusion. Let's go to the primordial divine lake first. Lu Ming flew toward the primordial divine lake to see if Autumn Moon and the others had come out of seclusion. Lu Ming had just approached the shore of the primordial divine lake when he heard a roar. Damn the Heavenly Palace! How dare you kidnap my brother? I'll flatten the Heavenly Palace sooner or later. The voice was filled with anger. Lu Ming knew it was the voice of the myriad deities. From the tone, it seems like the myriad deities just learned about me. Did they just come out of seclusion? Lu Ming guessed.